The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Hey, oh, hey. I was on my way, felt the presence of your son every day. Every day, I let go of your hand, and now I feel a change. Fall to my knees and I began to pray. Oh, help me, the cares of the world slowly pulling me away. Now I hear a voice calling me to the light.
Shalom.
To the light. Still in the heart, so I'll discern wrong from right. Wrong from right. A fork in the road. Which way should I go? Which way to go? My Father sent the Spirit, help me find, come save me. The Bible fell on the floor and opened to the law, and I can't believe what I saw. I saw me sinning willfully. I won't break your law no more. Send your son, please open the door. Open back to me. Oh Father, please forgive me. I hear a voice calling me to the light. To the light. Still in a heart, so why?
Come on, hit the like button, hit the like button. Come on in.
I'm at a fork in the road. Which way should I go? Which way to go? My Father sent the Spirit, help me find, come save me. Oh, higher, shine down on me. I'm one of your sons of Jacob. Lord, I believe. Won't guide me. Please bring me to the light.
Come on, hit the like button, folks. Come on. Oh, yeah. We're in for a broadcast tonight.
No matter fork in the road. Which way do I go? Which way to go? My Father sent
Shalom, my
the
brothers and
Spirit,
sisters.
help me find. Sing a voice calling me to the light. To the light. Still in a heart, so I'll know wrong from right. Wrong from right. No matter fork in the road. make me right.
Help me find, come save me.
Please save me. Save me.
Come on.
Come save me. Oh, oh, come save me.
Oh, yeah. Do we have a broadcast for you this evening? Man, I had to even start off with a different song tonight. How are you all doing? I hope you brothers and sisters are doing fine. Thank you for joining us for our weekly broadcast. And, we're going to make this one short and sweet but effective. And make sure you call in. We're going to open up the lines around 7:30, because I'm sure a lot of you are going to want to chime in for this particular topic. When a country forgets God. Of course, Elder Lawya will be on in about 5-10 minutes. He'll text me once he's ready. I have my phone right here. My beast mode right here to the right of me. All right. My tracker, So, until, of course I have the technology. We have what you would call cell blocks to put it in. And I'm going to show you how to get that later if you don't want to be tracked. But today we're living in modern day technology where there's not much you can do without it. It's anywhere from a schedule inputter to a camera to a flashlight. All right, a telephone, all technology into one. But I digress. I'm going to talk about this tonight. We're going to go into it, and he's going to text me, Elder Lawya, text me on the tracker when you're ready, and I'll bring you in. But without further ado, let's start off with a video. When a country forgets God, there's so many things I would like to talk about this evening, based on some of what we were discussing last week, when the Bible tells us, when Baruch stated prophetically that the world would be in a stupor, total confusion. But how did we get here? And above all, what does the Most High think about all this? And what will be the end result because of people sitting back and allowing their families, our families, to be rolled over by pure evil? See, there's a consequence for doing nothing. There's a consequence. But how did we get here? There's arguments about Roe versus Wade. Feminists are upset. The gay pride community is upset. Roe versus Wade. Conservatives seems as if they're getting a win. Okay, when really they're working for the same team. And we as a people, God's people, are getting squeezed in the middle. When a country forgets God is our topic. I mean, today I was reminded of how much I miss my mother, to tell you the truth. Again, she'll be coming up over and over again until whenever. But now I tend to understand, based on what's going on in the earth, that my mother, being almost 80 years of age, was living in a world that was entirely different from what she was accustomed to. And the elders are strangers in this world. And when I look at it that way, I tend to, have less sorrow, knowing that I'll see her again. As long as I continue this path, I'm working to see her. But all in all, the elderly are in a world that's unrecognizable to them. And when I look at it, when I examine it, I'm like, you know what? She did a great job. She brought forth children. She lived in a time in which, a simple time, when people were believers. It was about making sure your children go to church, family values. Life was simple. She stayed with my father, into our adult years. So I understood what a two-parent family looked like. So when I examined it, I'm like, you know what? Sometimes we can't be that selfish. We always want things to continue for our comfortability. But what about the reasons that the Most High began to move people out of the way? Living in an unrecognizable world where the righteous and those who had traditional values become strangers in such a world as this. A world that have forgotten God. So I'm like, you know what? Those that have passed over are okay. They're in the bosom of our father, Abraham, and are being protected. But we're left to make sense out of all this, right? So I'm going into this lesson today. A conversation. We're going to have a conversation and a lesson. And I'm going to go into how we got here. Now, here's the reality of it all, brothers and sisters. The country, the earth is so broken, it cannot be fixed. There's no fixing this world. It's over. So it's about time we began to understand when it's time to do what? Get in that ark and shut it. Okay? Noah prophesied with the sons for many years, warning the whole earth of a deluge, until the Most High told him to get into that ark and shut it before either these people kill you or you end up dying with them. When a country forgets God, how did we get here? Where there's an argument, a discussion on whether or not it's right for a woman to delete her own child. How do we get here where that's a political argument, where that's seen as freedom or a right? But then you ask the same women, what right did you have as a young female during your time as a fetus? You talking about the right at this point, but at one point you were a young fetus in the womb of your mother. Okay? So when do you begin to have these rights to do certain things? And how can you have more right than what you were as a fetus? But that's too logical, right? And I'm not here to argue the Roe versus Wade. We're going into the whole gamut this evening, folks. Into the Bible, into prophecy, into the Apocrypha, to break down the understanding of when a nation, when a country forgets God. When a country forgets God. Fair use.
Get out of my house, man.
You saying get out, Daddy, but you don't even telling me the real reason.
Man, what is this?
I get up every morning, I go to work. I pay my half the bills. Every month I go half with you on the bills. Everything paid. What's the reason? Look at this. I come home and you packing my stuff for what?
Yeah,
you going through my drawers, you in my room.
What are you doing?
You tell me why.
What are you doing?
What do you mean what I'm doing? What you mean?
Why are you recording me?
Because I want the people to see how I'm being treated.
How you treating
You're
me?
not telling me the
How you
reason.
treating this family?
You're not telling me the reason though.
You
can't be really tell me. You can't be really tell me the reason though. Tell me the reason why you put me out. You keep saying the company.
He thought there was a moral high ground recording his traditional father, placing him outside of the home. Now, these are the fathers I remember, brothers and sisters. When you're doing something outside of the moral tradition, dishonoring your father, he has the right to take a stance. But I'm going to show you how twisted it is today. This is not his father recording this. This is not his father recording this. His father is saying, listen, you can be whatever you want to be, but not in my house. I remember my father having those conversations with me. Like, you a grown man. You can choose to do whatever you want to do. But if you're going to do something in my house, it's going to be through my rules. Okay? If you're getting you're thinking about some girls and you want to do this with girls and all that, guess what? That means you're ready to pay for a house to satisfy your desire with these women you're thinking about, or these girls that are thinking about you. So I'm going to show you how backwards things has become, where this guy believes that he's in the right, recording his father taking a stance.
I keep.
Yeah.
I got the same two brothers I've been laughing.
Yeah, but they're running through my house. You're coming in.
What's the
any
reason,
other
though?
Time of the night.
What's the?
You don't care about
Is
it.
it because I'm not a
Rules
basketball
I lay
player?
down.
It's because
He's asking, what's the reason though? Now, he can do whatever he would like to do. No, it's not because you're a basketball player. Okay? It's not because you're not a basketball player. It's okay if you're operating outside of traditions. That's your business. Okay? But you must respect your father's home. You don't have to be flamboyant and do all these things knowing how your father feels about that. He's already accepted your actions, allowing you to live in his home. Right? So I don't want to hear no stuff out there that fathers aren't standing up, fathers aren't taking stances. Because there are fathers out there who are standing up against all of this, and I'm going to talk about it later, because I'm going to show you how all of this run congruent. How did we get here is my conversation tonight. When a country forgets God, where these guys are emboldened, living in their father's house, to record the father taking a traditional stance. Why? Because his father feels dishonored. Where's the honor? Even if you're going to operate like that, honor your father. Respect his boundaries.
because I'm not a football player, Daddy, I didn't make you proud. Like, come on.
You're
Like, look at this. This is ridiculous. Look at this. Look how you treated me, though.
You're talking
Look how
back
you-
under my roof.
You're disrespecting me. You're talking back under my roof. Man, there is some hope for the few who can make it onto this ark before the rain comes. Okay? You're talking back under my roof. There is some hope for some men now, and I'm hearing it.
You're a disgrace
What-
to the
how am I
family.
dis-
He says you are a disgrace to the family, which means there were private conversations concerning his activity, where his father mentioned that he wasn't satisfied with some of these choices his son was making. Okay? Now let's take the lifestyle off the table altogether if we can. But fathers have these conversations with their sons all the time. When they see their son dishonoring the traditional values which were instilled in that young man. He's like, I didn't raise you like this. Whether it be someone stealing, lying, cheating, right? So he's just saying, well, listen, you are a disgrace to my name, right? Here's the reason. Not because you decided not to play basketball.
What you mean? What you mean?
You are not what I've been raising.
You're not what I've been raising.
Used to be raising. You're a whole nother person.
What are you talking about? It's the surprise.
And he went and got eyelashes. That's his prerogative.
You don't have to touch my stuff. You don't have to touch my stuff. You don't have to touch my stuff. You ain't even telling me the reason though. I want you to be real. You say you're a man, be real and tell me why you.
For y'all didn't know, brothers and sisters, this clip was clipped, but the father walked in, and this guy was, he walked in at a time in which he thought his father wasn't home. Okay, he was about to get ready to go online and show forth one of his videos, but the father already had his stuff on the floor ready to get up out of the home. Obviously, this is some type of personality online where this brother, he's online showing forth his podcast or whatever he does online, dressing or whatever with the eyelashes, but the father caught him. All right.
You put me out. I go half with you on the bills.
Hit the like button.
Half with you on the bills. What's the reason?
Hey, brothers and sisters, this is going to be a broadcast of all broadcasts. I'm going to need y'all to help me out here. Hey, I started off this thing with Save Me. The song Save Me. I'm like, Lord, save us. We're under a shadow ban. We're going all the way in this evening, brothers and sisters. I'm going to need your help because they're not going to promote, they're not going to show others this particular broadcast. Some people won't even receive the notifications. So I need y'all to help me out. If you haven't already, hit the like button for me, please.
I need you out of here.
You're not telling me the reason.
Get out of here, man.
What's the reason though?
Or is there a ride? Is there a lift? Is there a
I'm not going nowhere till you tell me a valid reason why you
Where's
put
my
me
phone?
out.
I'm going to make a call.
You don't
man.
have to
Somebody
keep
gotta
touching
come
my
and get
stuff.
man.
You don't have to keep touching my stuff.
Can you get those things out of here?
Tell me the reason. Don't throw my stuff on the floor. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Get out of
Don't
here,
do that.
man.
Now you're doing
Get
too
out
much.
of here.
You're doing too much. You're not telling me the reason though.
I'll get you out of here. You're gonna get
If I have to leave, I need my half of the bill.
If I gotta drag it
If
out
I have to
myself.
leave, I need my half of the bill.
Turn
You're
it
not
off,
telling me
man.
nothing.
Turn it
You're
off.
not to touch.
You know why?
Why?
Get
Tell
out
me
of
the
here.
reason.
Don't put that on
What's
me,
the
man.
reason?
You're the reason.
Half
You're
my
the
stuff all
reason.
over the floor.
And let me make it clear. I'm going to say this right now. Okay? This is not about bashing someone or being against someone's lifestyle. Okay? All right? This is just strictly for educational purposes, showing a man taking a stance based on traditional values like men used to. Okay? Now, what this other grown man, the one that got the rainbow shirt on and the eyelashes, what he would like to do with his life, that's his business. But you have two men here with what? Two separate views on how a man should be. The father feels dishonored, stating that he didn't raise his son like that. Okay? And I'm just showing you the difference between the two, right? For the sake of context this evening. I'm not here to bash this young man and his choices. He have to live with his choices. I just want to make that clear. Okay?
No, you even like what's the
Get this
reason?
out of here. Get this out of here, man.
You don't have to touch my stuff. You don't
this
have to
out
kick
of
my
here.
stuff. You don't. I can get my own stuff. You don't have to do that.
That's right, man.
You're not telling me the reason though. What's the reason?
I need you out of here.
What's the reason? Why are you putting me out? You in my room, you invading my privacy, you going through my drawer, you taking out my clothes,
No privacy.
you throwing them all over the
whole
floor,
world
you
knows.
putting them back up.
What
all like-
about the
He says it's no privacy. He's saying you invading my privacy. He says, nah. Maybe if his son was operating like this and it wasn't online, his father wouldn't feel so disrespected. But when his father go to work, when he's amongst his peers, when he amongst his friends, it's all on Facebook, social media. He's always reminded of the son he feel has dishonored him. He's constantly reminded. In this world of internet, nothing is private anymore. Maybe his father could hold some laurels and have a little bit more patience. If his son was struggling with something without this flamboyancy and showing the world at the same time his father feel he's being shamed. Okay? So he says, listen, privacy, it's no privacy. The whole world knows right now what you're doing.
My drawer, you taking out my clothes,
no privacy.
you throwing them all over the
world
floor, you
knows.
putting them in back up.
What about the family privacy? What about our privacy?
Why you keep bringing the family up? This is between me and you.
Why do you keep bringing up family? This is between me and you. Now imagine Noah speaking to his 3 sons. Imagine that. And Noah says, God says he's going to flood the earth. I need you to get on board with me against all immorality he's about to destroy. And suppose the sons came back, Ham, Shem, or Japheth, in response to that in the Bible and said, listen, it's not about family. It's about me and you. If you are a son, let me make this clear. A son comes with the responsibility of honoring his father's name. Let me say that again. A son has the inherent responsibility of honoring his father's name. If it's not about family, what is it about? He says it's not about family. Maybe that's the problem. It's about me and you. And that's what the father is saying. That's right. That's why you have to go, because it's not about the family. Okay? I can't have the responsibility of being a family man, putting a roof over your head because I did this because it was about the family. So if it's not about the family for you, how do you expect it to be about the family for me then? If it's not about the family, then what is the argument about? Leave. A son has the inherent responsibility of what? Legacy, family, honoring his father's name. It's the son who carries the father's name. A daughter cannot do that. More.
What about the family privacy? What about our privacy?
Why you keep bringing the family up? This is between me and you. I just want you to know. I just want you to address the issue. What's really the issue? I never disrespect you. I never disrespect you.
You're disrespecting me now.
How?
You're putting people in our business. You're recording me. Get out of my house, man.
He said, I've never disrespected you, at the same time recording his father in his father's home. How did we get here?
People to see how I'm being treated all of a sudden. I guess it was a surprise. I guess it was a shock into the family. I guess that's what it was. That's what it was. Well, just be real and tell me the reason, though. You're not telling me anything. You're not telling me nothing. You don't have to keep touching my stuff.
Get out of here.
I can get my own stuff. You don't have to touch my stuff.
I need you out of here. Get your things out of here, man.
You know what? I'm gonna get somebody to come get me. I'm gonna call me a lift or something. I got it. Don't touch my stuff.
Let's go.
Don't touch. This is ridiculous. I don't have to be treated like this. You know what? You're so stupid and closed-minded. You're so stupid and closed-minded. You're closed-minded. You're closed-minded.
Now, here's another issue here. He said his father is closed-minded. Now, here's the reality. Okay? He's not the only one involved in this scenario here. Someone else's view, his father's view, is equally important. He's closed-minded to his father's views. See? So what spirit is this that would make one believe that you're supposed to tolerate their behavior? Tolerate their behavior, at the same time disrespecting all you've done for them as a father. What is this? You're going to find out what it is tonight. It's as if some spirits have been released. I wonder.
Like, this is dumb. It's stupid. I'm gone.
Get out of here, man.
I'm gone. I am gone. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if Elder Lawya. Let me see is Elder Lawya ready? I know he's ready now. He must be ready. He must be ready. Hold on. I gotta call Lawya in on this one. Lord, do we have a broadcast for you this evening? When a country forgets God. You think Roe v. versus Wade. Roe v. Wade is the issue, right? Oh, no, it's way more dire, that's the word, than that. Boy, do we have a broadcast. Come on, Law, man. I hope you're ready. Lord, in the morning time. Lord. Come on, Law, man.
Hey, shalom, mother.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm calling you right now, young man.
All right.
All right. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Elder Lawya. Let me pull you up here, Elder Lawya. All right. Thanks for coming on, Elder Lawya. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, no. I don't know if you just seen the intro here that I put out there.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. I'm watching live.
Lord have mercy. Our lesson today is when a country forgets God. How did we get here? Now, let's first start off with the fact that, Elder Lawya, there is no fixing America. There's no fixing the world. It's over.
Right.
Right? Now, there were opportunity for us to get things together, but, of course, I'm going to show you how we got here. I wrote something down, Elder Lawya. If there was one opportunity for us to fix this, I feel that, and I wrote it down, that there would need to be a united spiritual front based in biblical morality. Okay? It's the only resistance against pure evil. Now, I want to put that in quotations, pure evil. That means the world would have to come together under a consensus of what's right and or wrong according to God and take a side. Now, here's the issue. Some way, somehow, the world have allowed the immoral to dictate to the world the new examples or definitions for morality. Like, for instance, they will say, well, it's not about the Bible, it's not about God. It's about whether or not someone is a good person. Right? But how is that? How is that determined? Without a moral code that we can all agree on. Can we all agree on what a man and a woman is according to God? Can we agree on relations and what are the moral reasons according to the Bible for relations when it comes to man and woman coming together? Can we come to an agreement, Elder Lawya, on the true definition of marriage?
Right.
Can we come to a consensus? Because the world have done it right for thousands of years. Doesn't matter your religion. when it comes to some of the traditional values I'm discussing today. The traditional norms. Now, Roe v. versus Wade. Everyone is arguing about a woman's right, Elder Lawya. Rights being taken away. Now, let me ask this question real quick, Elder Lawya, and maybe you can answer this before I go in. Women gained the right, but at what expense? They gained a right. But was the right worth it? At what expense? Because it's all encompassed. That guy I just shown, femininity, wickedness in the earth. I'm going to talk about all of that tonight so we'll know when a country has forgotten God. Now, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
Jumping right in, I need you to go to Wisdom of Solomon for me. 14 and 21. Because I want to show something from the Apocrypha. Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 21. When a country forgets God. Well, now the sinful and the perverse has the what? Has the, I would say, the gall to dishonor your father publicly. The emanated, the straight, man, let me tell you, it's straight wrong. And it's to a degree, Elder Lawya, that now those who are traditional, who love God, it's an all-out assault. And we're going to show you who's behind this assault. On the few people who are left who still believe in God and have some hope. And have some hope that the earth, that the majority of the earth would change and come to the right side of God before judgment. It's an attack. It's a straight out attack on those few that are left who are good, or who are at the least trying to be good. An outright assault. But it was prophesied in the Bible. Listen to me clearly, folks. Hit the like button as you come in, because we have a lot to roll down with. We have a lot to talk about to show you how we got here. How did we come to a point where we're living in a country that outright has forgotten God altogether? Elder Lawya, let's start at Wisdom of Solomon. Let me grab my Apocrypha here. I got it in the Bible here, the Cambridge here, Bible. Right? We're going to take our time with this. First of all, in order to fix anything, there must be a united spiritual front based in biblical morality. And that's the only resistance against pure evil. Straight up. There's no in between. There's no taking sides. How did we get here? I'm going to show you. Elder Lawya, let's go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick. Let me know. A matter of fact, you have it. Let me grab it here in the Apocrypha, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. They want Roe v. versus Wade. We're going to drop it all today for you. Why are they actually going into that right now? But let me show you the importance of standing on code with the Bible. The Bible must be the measuring tool for any country, okay? For any society, for any community to last, okay? Now, this is what we do allow. We allow overt crime in our community, Elder Lawya.
Right.
We allow overt crime. But what is allowed? We allow Well, we don't allow, overt crime, with outright crime, drugs and all that. It's part of the culture almost. But what we do allow, Elder Lawya, is outright perverted crime. I mean, straight untraditional crime is what we continue to allow to operate and erode at us as a people. Okay? We allow it in the churches. I'm going to tell you, we have to get this thing out. We got to sweep this thing off the table altogether, that no man can judge. They're taking that scripture totally out of context. When it says judge not, when Christ says judge not lest ye be judged, he says ye without sin cast the first stone. What sin was he talking about? The sin of the act of adultery that the woman was in. There was people in the audience who did the same thing or was with the woman or knew someone who did the same sin. That's what it means. Ye without sin cast. You can't cast stones if you're doing the same thing you're trying to judge on. But that's not to say you cannot judge righteous judgment or point to something wrong when it's wrong. Christ was pointing out the hypocrisy of judging someone for an action that they were guilty of. That's what that's talking about. So if someone is operating, I would say, adverse or reprobate, sexually or otherwise against the Bible, we can judge that. We can judge that because it erodes a community. And I'm going to talk about it. The Bible spoke of this. Let's start at Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 21. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon 14, verse number 21.
Come on.
And this was an occasion to deceive the world.
This was an occasion to deceive the world. It's speaking of the spirit, the evil spirit that's within. I'm going to tell you right now, that's within the hierarchy of the modern day Roman Catholic Church. It's deeper than just a religion, brothers and sisters. It's deeper than a religion. It's a spirit with Satan at the helm over that whole religion. And it's just not the religious aspect, it's the political aspect of absorbing the whole world into the spirit of androgyny. The spirit of the Baphomet. Let me show you. I got something for y'all today. The spirit of the Baphomet. What is the Baphomet? The Baphomet is Lucifer at the helm. Promising to go into the stratosphere between two pillars like the temple of God on earth, Freemasonry, and with the tessellated floor under his feet. And Lucifer has what? Male and female genitalia and breasts like women. The spirit of androgyny is the spirit of Lucifer. So who's pushing this? Let me drop it on you, folks. I'm going to give you the insight, the understanding of when they opened up portals and began to release spirits. Spirits on these abused, forgotten children, these orphans, and began to cultivate and educate these young children like Manchurian candidates in their universities to come against society, folks. I'm going to show you when it happened. tonight. Come on, we're going to talk tonight. We're going to show you when a country forgets God and what it means for the country. And not only that, what must the righteous do under such circumstances? Folks, let me see if I got some of my books back here. I'm going to grab them in a second when it drops what's really going on in the Vatican, folks. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some devout Catholic people who aren't good people, who believe in Christ and God and who are not amongst the political rungs at the hierarchy of the Vatican. This is not to blame people for being Christians, folks. Some people just love their traditional values, want to serve God in Christ, go to church, take care of their families. This is not an indictment on those who are ignorant to the hierarchy of the Vatican. Let me put that out right out. But for many years, people within Catholicism have been turning a blind eye to what they know goes on in some of these churches up in there. All together. And I'm talking about straight anti-Christ activity that we're going to discuss tonight. Let's read it. Come on.
Wisdom of Solomon 14:21. And this was an occasion to deceive the world.
Come on.
For men either serving either calamity or tyranny did ascribe unto stones and stocks the incommunicable name. Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of God.
They started erring in the knowledge of God. They started fusing Babylonian and ancient mysticism, Moloch sacrifice within Christendom. The Bible was good by itself. But then they started dealing with all types of ancient Babylonian rites and sacrifices that had nothing to do with the God of Israel. Read.
Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of God.
They erred in the knowledge of God. I mean, you name it. We have a lesson coming week after next. Christian lies. Where for 2 hours straight, we're going to be going into all the lies that's taught within Christianity that has nothing to do with the Bible. Christian lies week after next. This Sunday, we're going into what? Babylonian mysticism within the religion, Judaism. Modern day Judaism and the mysticism within it this coming Sunday. But the Sunday after next, we're just going to go straight out and say, listen, the Bible doesn't have anything to do with what they're talking about here. Christian lies. 2 hours of breaking down straight lies that are taught in modern day Christianity that would make what? Those who haven't read the Bible feel a certain type of negative against it. Because they believe what Christians are talking about out there is actually in the Bible, folks. You have some people that are looking at the churches and are walking away from the Bible. Why? Because they're saying, if that's an example of people who believe in the Bible. But folks, if you read the Bible, you would realize how far modern day Christians are from it. But this is what Satan did. How can we deceive the people into turning against Christ, against the Bible? Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to infiltrate it and teach Satanism within it. We'll use a doctrine to destroy the people from actually seeing the Bible as God intended. And folks, that's what happened. We're reading it right now in Wisdom of Solomon. Read on.
But whereas they lived in the great war of ignorance, those so great plagues called they peace.
And listen, and when you living in ignorance, the great plagues we would begin to call peace. We'll see the plagues in the land and doctors and all these people are talking, and the people will operate as if nothing is actually happening. They don't even understand that God is bringing a judgment before them. That these are signs before an end. And this is why I titled this, When a Country Forgets God. Unfortunate for a lot of countries, unfortunate is this, is that God never has forgotten this country. What it has done to his people. And then the Most High is gracious and merciful. And has still given even the Gentiles an opportunity to repent for their actions before judgment. But yet, the pride of their heart have deceived them. They see, folks, the trains are off the rails, and they know they're off the rails. They know the trains are off the rails and are not, and guess what? They're not willing to repent. They're not willing to rein this thing back. They went into, I'm sitting back, Elder Lawya, and I'm asking myself from year to year, how far is too far? We're sitting back waiting and saying, well, okay, of course they can't go any further than this. And you know what? They're not going to stop. They're coming after the children, folks. They have primed the pump, and we're going to show you this evening how we got here. We've allowed the Sodom and Gomorrah, we've allowed them to take the higher moral ground. And we've allowed them to place themselves politically in positions over our children all over the earth. They're your psychologists. They're your principals. They're your teachers. They're your social workers. They're your politicians. We have allowed it. And you thought they were going to just stop there? No. And the greatest threat they seen from the beginning, believe it or not, folks, was the man. In particular, the black man has always been Satan's threat. How can we align the world against those who would sacrifice their lives to save the world? How can we do it? That Jesus, that black man, he's a threat to us. On and on and on and on. They had to find a way to turn the world against the only man in the earth who could defy his evil. Adam, the first man. We're going to show you how we got here. Come on, Elder Lawya, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 23, Wisdom of Solomon 14-23. For whilst they slew their children in sacrifices, or used secret ceremonies, or made revelings of strange rites.
While they slew their children in sacrifices. So here it is. You think y'all just going to church, celebrating Easter, doing all these things without even realizing the history of these practices. A lot of these practices ends at midnight with what? Child sacrifice. You can't say it's a country built on God's values, and every other day there's some report out there highlighting the fact that children are missing from family. Who's taking these children? And now they don't even have to take the children. The children are being institutionalized, moved away from family as orphans, only to become candidates to be utilized one way or the other as a sacrifice for Satan against society. Read on.
For whilst they slew their children in sacrifices, or used secret ceremonies, or made revelings of strange rites, they kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled.
They kept what, Elder Lawya?
They kept neither lives nor marriages any longer.
This was their plan. This was their plan. It's crazy, Elder Lawya. Our people was once the example of morality, and even in this country.
Mm-hmm.
In the 50s, before the 60s, we were marrying at an 80% rate without divorce. 80% of the family stayed together. Marrying at an 80% clip, higher than any other race of people in America, our people were. And now, what? And it's unfortunate, only 1 of 4 of our sisters right now will actually understand what it means to have someone say I do to them. And now, based on what's going on in the earth, men are being trained online to not even desire marriage, claiming it's a bad deal. This was their plan, folks. Because male and female from the beginning, Adam and Eve were made on earth to what? To destroy the spirit of the Baphomet. We were made to destroy him. But it can only happen together. It can only happen together. And it says, Elder Lawya, read that verse again. Come on.
Verse 24. They kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled.
They kept lives of marriage anymore undefiled. That means you would have a corporate agenda to destroy the image of God. From the top, from the all-seeing eye of Lucifer over the pyramid. To where marriage now would become what? Redefined. Where the people who are heterosexual and love the opposite sex, like it was since the beginning, would seek to be partners. While the other people who desire one another would begin to take the title of marriage. You can go into the supermarket and out of nowhere is a regular conversation and you will have 2 lesbian women or a lesbian woman saying, well, I got to get home. My wife is waiting. And they love to talk. Oh, yeah, my husband. My husband. They love using these titles outright. Even more than regular married people, folks. They have taken the titles of husband and wife, and they got man and woman who are heterosexual, who believe in traditional family, striving to be partners. What type of psychology was used on the earth? Well, what you want in a man? Well, I like to see him as my partner. Now, partner contracts was once for people who were what? Partner contracts were for the people who didn't have the legal right to become husband and wife. A life partner is what they used to call themselves. Life unions is what they were actually going for before man and woman relegated the great honor of husband and wife. That's why I don't hear that crap. I don't believe in no partner. write it down, put it on paper, and guess what? The word partner, burn it. Because husbands and wives have defined roles according to God. And this is why I mentioned earlier, Elder Lawyer, that there must be a united spiritual front based in biblical morality. There's clearly defined roles of a husband and a wife, period. There is no partners. I mean, what is a business? What's a law firm or something? I'm going to show you how we got here. Because, hey, this is not just women. Men have dropped the ball too. Allowing a woman to say she's a partner. I mean, huh? What? Your duty as a wife doesn't make you partner. It makes you wife.
Mm-hmm.
Your duty as a husband doesn't make you partner. It makes you husband. These are clearly defined roles according to God. And we allow the others, the low percenters, redefine this thing through their educational system, using psychology against whom they think are dumb. They done switched the roles on us. So there must be a united spiritual front based in biblical morality. No more this subjective moralities on how someone feels or how they think things should be or my truth. There is no personal truth. There is no such thing as a personal. Your truth is garbage. My truth. No, you can't. Truth is truth. You can't turn an opinion into truth. Well, that's my truth. No. Truth is absolute. It's opposite of a lie. It's not subjective. But we allow the crazies to redefine everything. Come on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 24. They kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled.
Come on.
But either slew another traitorously or grieved him by adultery.
Verse
25. So that there reigned in all men without exception blood, manslaughter.
Now
theft.
look what happens when we allow one thing to permeate within our society. A lot comes from that. You know what comes from it? High crime rates. The whole earth become criminal because of what's allowed. The whole world becomes criminal. And no one understands how these things are tied together. I'm going to show you how they are. This is a spiritual war, folks. Read it.
So that there reigned in all men without exception blood, manslaughter, theft, and the simulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, perjury, disquieting of good men, forgetfulness of good turns, defiling of souls, changing of kind, disorder in marriages, adultery, and shameless uncleanness.
Elder Lawyer, I got to pull this up on Eastward so they can see this. Y'all have to see this on Eastward. You know what? I'm gonna digress so that you can see, so that all of you can read the Word of God. If we get on code with this, I'm telling you, we'll be okay. If we get on code with this, folks, let me blow this thing up. Let me blow it all the way up for you. Hope you all can see that. This is what happens when we allow reprobates to operate. Read the 25th verse again, Elder Lawya, right here.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14, verse 25. So that there reigned in all men, without exception, blood, manslaughter, theft, and dissimulation.
Come on.
Corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, perjury.
Come on.
Disquieting of good men.
Hold up. Stop right there, Elder Lawya. Disquieting of good men. Shaming people for telling the truth. Firing people who would stand against evil. Making it where if you stand against it, you have a chance of losing what? Your income. Disquieting men. That means straight people, people who believe in God, people who believe in truth, are telling others, hey, you better not say anything. You know you can't talk about that around here, even though you know it's wrong. We've become the police. We've been policing others who are right for the wicked. Well, you know you can't talk about them like that. You can't say stuff like that. Why? Because purposely, I'm going to show you, the corporations have given them power over the purse strings. Listen to what I'm telling you here. Has given them power over the finances to threaten you with your livelihood if you don't comply. Disquieting of good men. Yeah, there's good men like the brother I showed, Elder Lawya, like the man I showed earlier who's taking a stance and saying, well, no, you're dishonoring my home. Get out. Because good men and women have been put in the closet. They have come out of the closet and did what? Push the 99.9% of the population, the 97% in it. Disquieting of good men, come on.
Forgetfulness of good turns, defiling of souls.
Now listen, let me make it clear. There's a difference between what? Standing against injustice and disrespecting. See, I don't have to disrespect someone if I don't agree with their lifestyle. But guess what? They're not going to close my mouth if their sin begin to creep beyond boundaries in my space. I have the right. I'm not going to disrespect you, but I'm going to say, excuse me, that conversation makes me uncomfortable. Now, what you homo? No, I don't want to hear the words or nothing. Your conversation about what you do makes me uncomfortable. There's a reason. A man with class doesn't kiss and tell. I'm not going to be up here at my job going into what me and my wife or others go in. That's private information. And that because there's a place for work and there's a place at home. So all that flamboyancy and all that, listen, it's in my space now. I feel, and I'm not disrespecting them. I'm letting them know where the boundaries are, respectfully. And too long, our people have sat back. Because I've seen people who operate in that type of behavior, but they still have some level of class and tact around others who they know disagree with it. See? You respect my boundaries, and I respect your boundaries. I have a moral code according to God. You don't have to believe in him. That's on you. But I'm going to allow you to deal with your space, and guess what? You're going to respect mine. And too many times you have people out there allowing them to move the bar and move the bar and move you without you setting a boundary, a respectful boundary. I'm not saying do anything or say anything wrong to a person, but they have to know when they are defiling your space. Come on. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Disquieting of good men, forgetfulness of good turns, defiling of souls, changing of kind.
Changing of what?
Changing of kind.
Changing of kind, folks. It was prophesied in the Bible that we would be living in the last days with people promoting the changing of kind. What verse are you at, Elder Lawya?
Verse number 26.
Verse number 26. Here it is. Changing of kind. What's changing of kind, folks? Transformers. Decepticons. Was in the Bible. You're going to tell me this is not the book we need to get back to? At the end, they would try to shut men up from telling the truth. Disquieting of good men. Forgetfulness of good turns. We'll forget the value of family and how it was in the old days when families stayed together. We would forget how good that was. We would not appreciate our forefathers dying so that we can have freedom. We would become ungrateful for those who had the water hose sprayed on them and dogs sicked on them so that we can have the right to do what? To disgrace them? To disgrace our forefathers? And this sham of a civil rights we see today is a farce. We will forget good turns. We forget about sitting on the stoop, talking to one another, the girls jumping rope, not being disconnected through technology, actually spending time with people we love. We would forget how good it was in this world of distraction with the evildoers at the helm of it. Come on, Elder Lawya, let's talk.
Yes, sir. Disorder in marriages.
Disorder in marriages. Disorder in marriages. What happened? Oh, we grew apart. We grew apart. While everyone else, while the other people of other persuasions and other, I would say other orientations are jockeying to be married, knowing that it defies the definition. But yet, we cannot keep anything together for our own children, for our own families. Disorder in marriages, and it's Elder Rawchaa, you notice it's saying disorder in marriages?
Mm-hmm.
Disorder in marriages. What's the disorder? A woman seeking to be equal with a man and a man allowing it. That's nonsense. Because it doesn't stop. And I don't think it's a coincidence, Elder Lawya. Right after the civil rights movement, all of a sudden Roe v. versus Wade popped out of nowhere. Roe v. versus Wade, right after we championed through civil rights and begin to get the right to be treated as people. Now they're coming with eugenics, Planned Parenthood, Roe v. versus Wade, 1973. Disorder of marriages, read.
Disorder in marriages, adultery.
Tender.
And
say it again.
Adultery.
Tender. Say it again.
Adultery.
Tender.
Adultery.
Come on.
And shameless uncleanness.
And shameless uncleanliness. No more shame. No more shame. No more shame. How did we get here? Well, Elder Lawya, let's go. How did we get here? Because people think that we started here. Let me get it here. 1 second. People think, let me get it here, under history. 1 second. History. One second. Well, I lost the video, but I'm not going to go there real quick. Let me go here. Let me go straight here. Let me show you where it started. Elder Lawya, if we may. This is where it started, brothers and sisters. Let me show you. Right here. Browser. We're going to start in the 60s. See, people didn't understand the power that came with a heterosexual black men of high intelligence, strong leaders with what? A moral code. Highly educated, highly intelligent, but with the cause. The cause was these men and others were willing to sacrifice their lives for their people. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the freedoms of their people. But what these men had was a moral code. Both men. The FBI and others looked into this and said, you know what? We must break this. We must break this. Why? I'm going to pull you in here with me, Elder Lawya. I'm going to pull you in here. Where is he? Skype. I'm going to pull you in here with me, Elder Lawya. 1 second. Yeah, I'm going to pull you in. Yeah, thank you, Lawya. I'm going to put you right here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Therefore, I don't got to keep toggling back and forth this way, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Elder Lawya, these men were strong men, educated men, but with a cause. And they both believed in the traditional moral codes within the Bible. They both believe the principles, the traditional principles of family. Now, here's the issue. Because we had men like this in the 50s and 60s, it was a threat to the progressive agendas of the Vatican and others. It was a threat to them bringing forth the New World Order. They would need to do what? They would need to turn the whole earth to sin to accomplish the New World Order. Because the New World Order cannot progress without what? Victims to be conquered. This is how they would spread their Roman rule. Right? What stood in the way? These men had moral values. Okay? Now, not only were sisters honoring brothers like this, I'm going to tell you right now, outright, and I hate to go there, white women respected these type of men also, highly educated and was willing to die for a cause. But none of these men would think twice about going anywhere outside of their people. And that made even the white women, to some degree, the liberal women, hate these men. Okay? These are the men that they would desire. Highly educated, good looking, intelligent, standing with a cause. But I'll tell you this, they didn't just envy these men. They envied, Elder Lawya, these women. Coretta Scott King and Betty Shabazz. Boy, did they hate these women. Boy, Elder Lawya, did these evildoers hate these type of women. Because you know what these women were known for? They were known for backing strong men. There would be no Martin Luther King without Coretta. And there would be no Malcolm without Betty Shabazz. Oh, y'all didn't know. I went left on y'all tonight. I told y'all we're going to have a broadcast tonight. Hit that like button. Now, if you think these guys were a problem, there was a greater problem for them. These women right here. Oh, they tried to tap the phones of Martin Luther King and try to bring forth some of his indiscretions, and other women wanted him and all these things. And Coretta was like, you know what? You're not going to dishonor my husband. Okay? And you're not going to dishonor me. We have a legacy. It was like, don't you want to hear the tapes? We have a legacy. Okay? We have children. And you're not going to turn me against my man, because no one knows me better than him. Even these little side women that you want to try to get, guess what? I understand. The only reason you don't care about those black women if he's dealing with them, the only reason you're doing this is to come against him. They was like, man, it's one thing to have Malcolm and Martin, but what are we going to do about women who are willing to die for their man? And not have their man dishonored publicly. What are we going to do about women like this, Elder Lawya? Yeah, we got a program tonight. They said, you know what? We need to do something. What can we do? Oh, I know. Gloria Steinem. Gloria Steinem. Let's get a Jewish woman to push a CIA agenda of a contrarian black woman. Now, if we can make more of these than these, we can destroy them. Again, I'm going to show you. What do we have here? Now, check this out, folks. Lawya, I don't know if you've seen this picture. I don't know if you've seen the picture, but now the women are celebrating what they did here. They would use Black Lives Matter. They would use all these things so that white women can gain an advantage, only to leave black women in the dust. And then once they accomplished all they wanted, then they would mock the women who helped them receive their equal rights. Folks, it was never about the black woman for them. It was always about her. It was always about her. Because she couldn't get a man like this. Like these. I don't think y'all heard me. She could, with all her blonde hair, with all her so-called good looks, There was nothing in that woman who could get men like this. Y'all don't hear me. Huh? So we're going to go into Roe v. Wade. We're going all the way tonight. She couldn't get a man like this. Because the world don't make men like this. Only sisters had access to men like this, folks. So they had to go in the back door. I'm going to show you what they did. She couldn't get a man like Malcolm or Martin. But if she can find or incentivize some of these right here, and make more of these than these. See? And now that they have accomplished what they wanted to do in totally decimating, destroying the family, folks, now they're mocking sisters. What are they saying? That's right. Sisters in the corporate world are nothing but seats that white women who started the woman liberal movement sits on. Sits on. They've always viewed sisters as their pets out there in the corporate world. And now, that's right, I'm putting it out there right now. And not all sisters, because I'm going to tell you, there's some good sisters out there. Let me put it out there. But they wanted to make sure there was more of these than Betty Shabazz. So now, brothers and sisters, they out mocking the sisters now. Now that marriage is given up all the way and there's no relationships going on, men are backing out of it altogether now. Now they're saying, well, guess what? We got your men. They think they do. And sisters were used as the chair for her. They tricked our women. They tricked us. And this was their plan the whole time. So that they can turn us one against another. And what they were saying? Yeah, this is what they were saying. I'm going to show you. They were talking about equality. And this woman here never thought for 1 second that she was going to share her power with her. But she needed our sister. She needed our sister. So if they can create something contrary to Coretta and Betty, especially when it comes to strong men, then they knew that, okay, a man wants a feminine woman. A man wants a woman who's going to stick by his side, even through his imperfections. A man wants a quiet woman. So here it is. What they're going to try to do is they're going to try to what? They're going to try to weaponize her to make her an uncomely choice for the man. Make it hard for the man. They'll weaponize her. So there's no peace in the home. And guess who's going to play innocent? Feminine. Now, folks, don't make no bones about it. These are both females. Okay? Females have female nature. Okay? Don't get it twisted. But I'm showing you the game that the CIA and the FBI have played on our people with this equality garbage, only for them to end up getting access to men they weren't able to get access to before. The intelligent, the strong, the highly educated, the real. Now what we see here, these are real high value men. You want to talk about high value? Now, there's more because we have to get to the Roe versus Wade, Elder Lawyer. We're going to get there. Next, let's go here. So they had to keep it going, Elder Lawyer. How did they keep it going, pray tell? Well, they had to do a new Gloria Steinem agenda that would do what? Begin to program our sisters while we were at work. So, who replaced Gloria Steinem in what we would call the plantation controller agenda? See, she's really the plantation controller. The man makes the money and she's over the mansion. So who would replace her in their new feminist movement to separate the image of God, male and female, Adam and Eve? Barbara Walters and Oprah Winfrey. See? They went from not here. See? Now they mocking women, mocking our sisters. They become a chair now, outright in the magazines mocking our sisters, saying, hey, y'all gave us the bag. Y'all gave us access to everything for equality. And guess what? We wanted to destroy you because we envied you as Coretta and Betty Shabazz. We envied you. We wanted to turn you into some of the nastiness that we were. We envied you as Coretta and Betty. We envied you that you would have men that would die for a cause. We don't know any men like that. Right? And then they went and got Oprah Winfrey and Barbara Walters. And instead of her backing a good, strong man, they needed a new example where she would have a man by the name of Stedman. And so many people, let me tell you, some people look at this as success. Nah, money doesn't make success, brothers and sisters. This woman is an abject failure. Because she could only imagine what Coretta Scott had and Betty Shabazz had in their short spans of marriage. These women are successful women. Money doesn't make success, folks. This woman is an abject failure. Okay? Because she was used to destroy a whole generation of sisters who would have backed their man. Okay. I'm going to show you what Barbara Walters created. More abject failures who are now talking about a woman's right to choose. Now, they usually choose women that are on the outside of I'm going to tell you right now. There's no one anywhere. I don't know a man lying in wait for Whoopi Goldberg. Okay? Nowhere. There's not a guy anywhere saying, you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now, she got it going on. Another abject failure. In comparison of who? Real women. And not too many people are pointing this out. No, we don't come down on our women. We show the difference between the two. Abject failures. Ain't nobody hollering at Whoopi. So who cares what her opinions are on abortion or Roe v. Wade or anything else? And these are the women they put in front to represent sisters, making it bad for all of our sisters. When no one is looking for Oprah or Whoopi. No one's checking for them in this life or any other life to come. And I'm being straight because we're honoring real women right here. And you know what? If she had a different demeanor instead of a disposition, she would probably look like something. So these are the mammies Barbara Walter spawned through feminism. Fair use.
The looming threat of the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade and kicking abortion rights back to the states has Democrats outraged. It's also getting a mixed reaction from Republicans about how far this should go and who should have the final say. You know, if it's not going to be us, who are we going to name? Let's find out. Take a look.
I know it's part of the Republican Party platform. The vast majority of Republicans support those exceptions for rape and incest and life of the mother, and it's important for some of us to step forward and tell those stories.
I think the question that
fair use
voters are going to be asking when 75% of people are with us on this is who should make this decision. Should it be a woman and her doctor or a politician?
Now, let's make it clear, folks. The left, right, both are operating on either side of the evil bird called the eagle. Okay? 1 second. Now, let's go in now. They both are all talking about the right to choose now. Everyone is talking about the right to choose. And on The View, they're saying it should be a woman's right. Right? That's fine. That is fine. Okay? Now, here's the issue, brothers and sisters. Here's the issue. Why are they allowing these laws to be passed now, where certain states, they cannot do it? You know why? Because the birth rate for the majority has plummeted within the United States. Number one. So they have to make it an issue for black people when that has never been an issue. Why? The Bible tells us, according to the Bible, it reads, Elder Lawya, thou shalt not kill. This is not a political conversation. But somehow they tagged us along through feminism to try to push an agenda that was never an issue amongst our people. It was never an issue amongst us. But if they could get what? If they, again, I'm going to go here. If they can get more of these than these, then eventually they would have our people sign into this liberal sexual movement that would move man from woman. And lead a country to where? A country that altogether has forgotten God. If one can do whatever they want to do against a child, no one's safe, brothers and sisters. I have more. United Spiritual Front based in biblical morality is where we need to come back to before it rains down on the world. A judgment is coming. Because we thought it was going to, Elder Lawya, we thought it was going to stop here. We thought later that it would stop here. No, it didn't stop there. Let me show you something here. I'm going to show you where it would end up, Elder Lawya. This is where it would end up. Here's the mother over the women with what? The horns in the middle. The horns of who? The horns of the Baphomet. Satan. The horns of Satan. It was his plan to turn woman against man, man against woman, and to eventually have it where all of us would live in an earth where children have no protection at all after separating the family. Separate husband and wife, marriages are now defiled, no protection for the children or the next generation, leaves what? No future for the country. No future. No future. Now there's more, Elder Lawya. Here we are now. Let me show you this. Hold on. Now this is quite interesting here, what I'm about to show you, Elder Lawya. Let me get it. Let me get the video. Let's get the video. Let me pull it up here, if we may. Let's see. Broadcast. Hold on, let me get it here. Hold on, let me get it. 1 second, folks. I'm going to pull this video up and then we're going to take a quick break here. Hold on, let me get it. All right. 1 second. I need to get it. 1 second. And then we're going to open up the calls. Second. There's a video I need to show. Hold on. Hold on, I'll be right back with the video. 1 second, don't go anywhere. Let me pull up the video so you can all see it. Hold tight, don't go anywhere. I have to get this video. Hold on 1 second, Elder Lawya, all right? The Bible.
Yes, sir.
Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. Hebrew Bible Academy. You're invited. Okay, yes, Hebrew Bible Academy, you are invited. Elder Lawya, what will be the lesson this coming Sunday for the Hebrew Bible Academy?
Yes, sir. So the lesson for this Sunday is a brand new lesson dealing with the, let me pull up the exact title here just a moment. Okay, we're dealing with a brand new lesson titled The Babylonian Mysticism Within Modern Day Judaism.
Okay, if you give brothers and sisters a little synopsis, some insight on what we'll be talking about this coming Sunday, if you may.
Yes, sir. So obviously, when we talk about a topic such as this, is a very controversial topic, but nonetheless, we're just dealing with this from a doctrinal standpoint, just showing the differences between what one would consider biblical, quote unquote, I'll just use the word Judaism for the sake of, for the sake of understanding. What's the difference between what was taught in the Bible, what was given to Moses, opposed to what you may find in modern day Judaism, as is followed and respected and adhered to by the Jewish people? So that's the main now, obviously, there's going to be much more information dealing with other aspects of the doctrine, but that's going to be the keynote thing that we're going to be discussing this coming Sunday.
Okay, so yeah, because we know a lot about Islam. We've went into that in many academies. We're going to go into Christian lies, a lot of doctrinal lies that are taught straight out within Christianity with no Bible backing at all, with certain doctrinal teachings they're teaching. We're going to point that out next week, but it's seldom that we went, for the first time, this in depth on, well, what are the different factions of Judaism? What do they really believe? Is it the Torah? Is it Talmud? What is it? So we're going to go into different religious aspects within Judaism, strictly from a study standpoint. And I think it's going to shock a lot of brothers and sisters out there when it comes to, some of the different beliefs within Judaism. We're going to talk about that this Sunday and more. Of course, what week are we going into? What, week 7? Is this week 7 coming up, Elder Lawya?
Yes, sir. Week number 7.
Week number 7. So if you do become a part of the academy, we'll make sure you get all of the past lessons. All right. We'll get all 6, and you'll have 5 for the remainder. Or you could, send in your enrollment and get in for the next one that will start in over about a month. Okay. So just let us know if you want to get into this one or hold a place. It's only $75 to join, to hold a place for the next academy. So go to historytimes.org to enroll. Now, Elder Lawya, now there's other things that are going on, because we went from that to changing of kind, right? And when it comes to changing of kind, we thought it was going to just stop with feminism. But now it has moved into an entirely different area altogether. Now, something happened. Let me see if I can pull this up here. 1 second. Something happened real quick that I want to talk about in 2009. When the Bible says, Elder Lawya, we wrestle not with flesh and blood, right? This is what happened in 2009. That was the year we started going out, traveling, going into the other countries, or whatever the case is. Look at what happened when they turned on CERN in 2009. I'm going to show you that really what we're dealing with is high-level demon possession. Those who have subjected themselves to sin, perversions, evil, have now become hosts to the demons who are released in the earth. That's why there's no turning this back. There's no turning this back. This is science. Something may come through dimensional doors, LHC states, attack on the hyperdimensional juggernaut men. November 6th, 2009. A top boffin at the Large Hadron Collider. Now, the Hadron Collider, brothers and sisters, is CERN. It's CERN. They found part of the base of the Tower of Babel and have finished it through CERN. Okay? A top boffin at the Large Hadron Collider says that the botanic machine may possibly create or discover previously an unimagined scientific phenomenon or unknowns. For instance, an extra dimension. So now you want to know why they're pushing all this stuff? They need hosts for the demons they've released, folks. This is why the earth has gone mad. Out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it, said Sergio Bertolucci, who is director for research and scientific computing at CERN, briefing reporters, including the REG at CERN headquarters earlier this week. The LHC, that's CERN, built inside a 27-kilometer circular subterranean tunnel deep beneath the Franco-Swiss border outside of Geneva, functions like a sort of orbital motorway for extremely high-speed hadrons, typically either protons or lead ions. The difference are firstly that the streams of particles are moving at velocities within a whisker of light speed, such that each stream has as much energy in it as a normal car going 1,000 miles per hour. Secondly, the beams are arranged in such fashion that the two streams swerve through one another, occasionally, which naturally results in huge numbers of incredibly violent head-on collisions. Now, what is this? It's CERN, folks. These inordinate weather patterns, what they're talking about, there's something going on, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. It says the collisions violent that they are expected to briefly create conditions similar to those obtained countless aeons ago, not long after the Big Bang. What are they trying to do here? When the entire universe was still inconceivably small. It was smaller than a proton for quite some time, seemingly still, with all the stuff that nowadays makes up all the supra enormity of space and galaxies, so forth, packed in somehow. But what are the Satanists, Elder Lawya, saying about this? Let me show you what the Satanists and others are saying. Let's get it. What's going on here? What did they turn on in 2009, and how is it affecting our society today? Well, through sin and perversions, these spirits have now did what? Gained hosts. This is how these spirits get bodies, through sin. Or maybe there's a chemical out there that will allow them entry, but I'll let y'all be the judge of that. But check this out. It's only 1 minute and 27 seconds. The video I was looking for, Elder Lawya. Listen.
Restart of the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, then put the 5th of July into your calendars, because this is the day when the Large Hadron Collider will start colliding particles at the highest energy we have ever done before.
So July the 5th, they're going to turn this thing on, Elder Lawya, and it's going to be at the highest energy level than at any time since 2009. Something is coming through. July 5th is when they're going to turn this on at its height, now that the earth has been prepared to receive evil. Folks, you can't get this stuff anywhere else, can you? That's why I be telling you, join that academy, get on in. But I digress. Come on.
One of CERN's goals is to recreate Jacob's Ladder and to reopen a portal that is said to have existed between Earth, Mars, Venus, and Saturn when the planets were in alignment many years ago. CERN are pretty sure that other dimensions do, and they're making it their goal to ensure that they open the portal for their use. Who knows? Out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it. Now, prophecy in numerous parts of the Bible refer to a coming day when portals will be opened and spiritual entities are going to pass through and come to the earth.
Get ready for timeline shifts, Mandela effects. You're about to see a lot more than you've ever seen.
Start looking for a lot of different type of Mandela effects. Vortexes in the sky, things of that nature. They're going to restart CERN at the highest energy levels ever in that reactor. They believe that it split the time continuum back in 2012, hence all the Mandela effects since then.
Now, why am I going into this, Elder Lawyer? While they got everyone talking about Roe v. versus Wade and all these other things, folks, they're about to turn on CERN. The spirits were released from the river Euphrates, and this is why they got everyone confused, chemicaled up on psychotropics, marijuana. The earth is totally confused. I mean, it's mad out there. But they're doing this on purpose because these are the people who will be hosts for the demons to soon be released. And their next aim are the children. That's the next focus, folks. Elder Lawyer, in sum, I need you to get real quick. Like Deuteronomy 18:9. I said there must be a united spiritual front based in biblical morality. And it's the only resistance against pure evil. And what's coming to this earth, what's in this earth already, but what's coming is pure evil. And there's no possible way to defeat this outside of what? Spiritual warfare. Spiritual warfare. Getting on code with the God of Israel. Following the law. Let's read it, Elder Lord, and understand that their next target are the children. That's the reason why, folks, they separated the family. They always wanted the children. It's one thing having access to children who are orphans or in the system and all that. That's the way they've been used to getting these children. But suppose they can make a society of all orphans, where all children belongs to the Baphomet. Folks, this is their plan. This is their plan. They love what they call underprivileged children. They love it. Because these children grow with high insecurities, trust issues, all of that. But they can be utilized as weapons against traditional family if they're programmed right under the Baphomet. That's the most I can say on that right now. Elder Lawyer, if they're programmed right. Now, if they programmed right, the Bible tell you that eventually Satan is going to move to what? A changing of kind. They may look like normal people, but the demons in these people are from and will be from the abyss. They coming to destroy. In the name of Apollyon, Abaddon. Elder Lawyer, let's read it. Deuteronomy 18:9. And I thank you all for hitting the like button, folks. Y'all been great tonight. Time is running out. We have almost 3,000 people in here. Thank you for hitting the like button. I really appreciate it. We're going to go to the calls in one moment, but I want to hear you chime in on some of what I discussed earlier, Elder Lawyer. But
yes, sir.
But the discussion is whether or not a woman has the right and all this. I'm like, that's a distraction. That's mess. The Bible says what outright when it comes to life. There is no argument or political argument on a woman's rights. Okay? That's straight garbage. Those are distractions. moving the bar, left-right arguments while they're doing what? Seeking to destroy everyone. Elder Lawya, let's read it real quick. Let's read Deuteronomy 18 and 9 and 10.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 18, verse 9. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations.
See, the Most High told us that we are not supposed to do after the abominations of those nations. We were never, as a people, Elder Lawya, we were never supposed to join their agendas. They have a separate cause than us. They're serving a different God than us. We were never supposed to unite with their causes. Come on, Elder Lawya, let's read it.
Verse 10. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times.
That use divination, witchcraft, sorcery, or astrology. Anyone dealing with the craft, Ouija boards. When this stuff comes through, guess what? If they find you playing with their toys, if they find you dealing with Ouija board, astrology, anything when it comes to what? Divination or connecting with the outside world, when these spirits come to your home, they're staying permanently. They're staying permanent. If you invite them in, like a vampire, he can only come in if you invite him. That's the old adage of a vampire, but it's really talking about the doorways that are being opened. You're dealing with divinations, witchcraft, marking your body with tattoos and all these things for the dead. All of that is connecting with familiar spirit. Okay, that means you are identifying a doorway for a spirit. You're opening a doorway for a spirit. Ouija board, tarot cards, witchcraft, divinations, soothsaying, fortune telling, any of that. When one of these cats come next to you, they're going home with you. Read on.
There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch.
Or a what?
Or a witch.
Or a witch. They have a woman on The View. On The View. You know, Hispanic woman who says, yeah, Santa Maria is just another one of our religions. Oh, these are witches, folks. But it tells us that we're not to allow our children to pass under the fire. They are innocent. So any agendas out there, objectives, and they want to target the children, this is ancient Moloch sacrifice. And I don't care how update through technology they've made their agendas. The Bible identifies the target. The target, when you have a system aimed at doing what? Disrupting or destroying children. Taking away their lives or their purity at a young age. That's a sacrifice to Moloch, folks. If you want to know what sacrificing to Moloch is, we're seeing it systematic within the Western world, which means what? Which means we're living in a place that have forgotten God altogether. When the children no longer has protection, it's over. Read that last piece, Elder Lawya. Then I'm going to let you go ahead and then we'll open up the lines.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 18, verse 9. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch.
Or a witch. And folks, these are the people they've placed in high positions over our children. Folks, psychologist. To you, that's something nice, right? There's trickery, all of that in psychology. It's another word to some degree, even though there's something to be said about if you have the right intentions on helping somebody, knowing the nature of people. That's one thing. But psychology can be used and has been used as a form of manipulation within our schools. We used to have school counselors. They moved counselors out of school and put psychologists, head people over our children. I'm going to tell you that, folks. And then they can convince your child to operate contrary to what? His or hers upbringing. That's allowing your child to go under the fire of Moloch. We need to get back to these traditions, the moral traditions of the Bible, and stick with it and uphold it and hold to it. And the whole thing is teach our children the moral standards and be prepared if they go the wrong way to let them go. Sodom and Gomorrah almost took Lot's family. Sodom and Gomorrah almost took Lot's family because Lot's wife was procrastinating. She really didn't want to leave. So the angel had to grab her and her family and put them on the mount. And she looked back. And the Most High turned her to a pillar of salt because her heart was in Sodom and Gomorrah. And this is why even Christ told us at the very end, remember Lot's wife. And that just doesn't apply to a woman. That applies to a man too. Anybody that looks back, nah. At one point you have to look forward and go and never look back. And that time is coming soon. The enemies will be at our door. Like Sodom and Gomorrah was when the angels came to Lot's house. And they come, hey, we're living, hey, folks, there's no vanguard. There's nothing. There's no gate, no protection against these anymore. They're being incentivized by the corporations, by others to come after family, after children. They've already decimated our family. And now the questions lie, Elder Lawya. Will we protect our children? I'll give it to you, Elder Lawya, before opening up the lines. There's other things I want to go into, but I'm just going to keep it there. I had some more fire here, but I'm going to let it stay there. Go ahead, Elder Lawya. When a country forgets God, it's on you, Elder Lawya, before I make a call in. I have Elder Rawchaa waiting in the wings. And of course, you can call in 515-605-9327. If you have any opinion on anything that's going on and what's been said tonight, if you want to chime in, let us know. If you disagree with a few things we said, I'm open for that too. All right, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. To answer the ultimate question of tonight's broadcast, when a country forgets God, well, yeah. I think we explained what happened when a country forgets God. It seeps deeper and deeper into depravity. It seeps deeper and deeper into perdition. And we showed an example of that going into Wisdom of Solomon, the 14th chapter. But also to elaborate upon that, just reading a few verses from Romans, the 1st chapter, where it says in the 21st verse, it says, because when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. I'll read that again. Because that when they knew God, so there was a time in which this country at least acknowledged Judeo-Christian values. there was a time in which this country, at least to some degree, acknowledged God. Now, obviously, we know that's on the surface. We know if we go deeper, there was always a Masonic, Luciferian belief system at the root of the country. But just on the surface, there was some level of Judeo-Christian values. But it goes on to say that they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. We began to imagine vain things against the Most High, evil things against the Most High and his law. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, into birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. So by changing the image of God from a true and living God to a dead idol, a dumb idol, which cannot walk, which cannot speak, which cannot protect, which cannot provide, what stops you from changing the image of man and corrupting the image of man? What stops you from corrupting the image of woman? And we've done a whole segment. Again, I implore you all to go and subscribe if you haven't to the Patreon channel, where we did a whole breakdown of a documentary addressing what is a woman. But that's another thing for another day. Going on, it says here, wherefore God gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts to dishonor their bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie and worshiped and served the creature more than the Creator. And that's what this society has become. Okay, a multitude, a population of people who serve themselves more than they serve God, are more concerned with themselves more than they are concerned with God, or as it says in Timothy, that they are lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. Quickly transitioning over, I mean, there were so many points you brought out I wanted to address. But going back to the thing you brought out concerning the ultimate, I guess you would say, hijacking of our women through the women's liberation movement.
Yeah.
What we're going to find out is that Satan uses the same exact tactics over and over. He never changed his tactics. When you go to the book of 2 Corinthians 11:3, it says, "But I fear lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety," so the same way Eve was beguiled through the subtlety of the serpent, "so your minds should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ." So in other words, Paul warned that he desires that our minds are not taken and beguiled in the same fashion that Eve's mind was taken and beguiled. And the reality is that, again, Satan does not use any new tricks. The same exact way that he beguiled Eve is the same exact way that he beguiled us and he beguiled our sisters in this modern time.
Yeah.
The same way he used that serpent to creep in and cause Eve to go against the way of God and the commandment of God and the order that was established by God with her husband as the head, he used the woman. We're going to speak about, using the example that you used earlier with Gloria Steinem and other women to come and creep in and convince our women to go against the way of God, the morality of God, and the image of God, and going against her head, which was her man, and made our women believe that their greatest enemy was not oppression, was not sin, was not immorality, but was instead their man. Okay?
And Lawya, one thing I wanted to say about that, because I want brothers and sisters to understand when I say that these women, through the media that's being used, are abject failures. There's a difference between success in the world and success according to the Almighty, according to legacy. You don't need a lot of money to be successful in the eyes of God. And too many times, I believe, not just women, men, all of us can be deceived and confuse what? Someone with money and make that synonymous with success.
Right.
And when I say an abject failure, you have to realize she first came off as a Christian. As a Christian with a talk show to do what? To embetter the lifestyles of our sisters. She came off as a Christian. It wasn't until later we were deceived that she was dealing with all this new age and all this other stuff. She deceived our sisters into believing that she was Christian. And when I say abject failure, brother, I'm talking about when it comes to what? Legacy. What God intended for us. Because no one can take money with them. But what legacy will you leave? So I'm not saying this to offend anyone. The majority of women out there are happy without all the money. A lot of women without the money. But you know what? She was able to accomplish what most women can't in this earth do. Keep a good man. Because she's a good woman. And it had nothing to do with money.
Mm-hmm.
And you got so many people out there chasing money, and then once the corporate will is done with you, it'll throw you off, and then it picks up the new one. And then we look back at our lives and say, I made all these choices for the Baphomet, for the corporation, and I lost legacy chasing success. That's what I mean when I say it's abject failure. To the world, to have all that money and be called a billionaire by other billionaires, that's success. But in the eyes of God, these people aren't. Bill Gates isn't a success in the eyes of God. It's the agendas they have put forth that have destroyed many women, many children, many family. And that's just the woman's side. But let's talk about the man's side, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
The Bible tells you a woman who maintaineth her husband is filled with anger and reproach. So everyone is talking about, well, she got the free housing. She got this. She got that. But you know what? You got a lot of guys who wanted to benefit from the free housing and didn't see that as them being less than, when they should have looked at that and say, you know what? This is a temporary status before I put you into a home. Women are willing to hold the line for a time. They're willing to hold the line, but a man got to kick in and say, you know what? Nah, we're not supposed to be here. Thank you for backing me and using your housing, but nah, I'm going to make sure you don't have to worry about working anymore. I'm going to look out for you. Because a woman that maintaineth her husband is filled with anger and reproach. And then a man is looking at a woman like, what's your problem? You changed. Nah, I've been working my finger to the bone and I've been waiting for you to kick in. Be a man. Kick in. So it's not just, we have to look at how this affected men also. Men thought that this was a time because they got free housing or Section 8 to have leisure. With all that strength and power, you want to smoke blunts, you want to play video games, you want to do all the things like a big kid while your wife sits back and say, well, hold up. I thought that you were going to bring legacy. I thought you was going to bring legacy. So we have to get that piece out too. It's not just women live, because men didn't have to deal with the comforts that came with women lives. There's men, those men are also spending those food stamps. Living up in that house, okay? Going with the access card to get food. Men are taking advantage of the free perks, but then the woman will work long enough to say, okay, it's time for you to kick in, because welfare and all these things were supposed to be really a temporary help to get us on our feet. We weren't supposed to live on this. So don't forget, just because women started the women's liberal movement, because they started the women's liberal movement, didn't mean we as men had to acquiesce to it. We didn't have to participate. So that falls on the man too. We didn't have to participate in this. I'm sorry, Elder Lawyer, but go on.
Yes, sir. Continuing on, as I was mentioning earlier, the beguiling of the serpent. Another thing, another way we were beguiled.
Yeah.
This whole thing with Roe versus Wade, a lot of brothers and sisters don't know how this whole thing got passed in the first place. I wanted to read an article, a quick article, on how, not necessarily how it got, well, how it got passed and some of the information that you may not know concerning this. This is called UPI. This article is actually from September 8th, 1987. The woman whose famous abortion case led to, then it stops there, but it goes on to say here, check this out. The woman whose famous abortion case led to the Supreme Court's Roe versus Wade decision said in an interview released Tuesday, she lied when she told lawyers her unwanted pregnancy was the result of a gang, I'm going to say R word. So the whole idea, or the whole thing that got the public opinion and the whole sway to get this thing passed was her lying and saying that she was violated by a group of men.
Okay, but that never happened.
It never happened. It says here, Norma McCorvey called Jane Roe in the famous 1973 decision said women had a constitutional right to an abortion. Told WUSA TV in an interview to be broadcasted September 13th that she fabricated the R-word story to get around a Texas law that banned abortions except to save the mother's life. Okay?
Now, Lawya, keep in mind that there was already the right to abort a child before that, but you had to do it in the first trimester. This law allowed women to move it to the second trimester. You understand? So now, I mean, when does it stop? But go on, I'm listening to you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to jump very quickly over to Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Where it says Roe v. Wade. It says in 1969, at the age of 21, McCorvey became pregnant a third time and returned to Dallas. According to McCorvey, friends advised her she should falsely assert that she had been R-worded by a group of black men and that she should thereby obtain a legal abortion under Texas law. So the whole thing came up and was passed in Texas based on what you just stated, Elder Rawchaa, was based upon her lying and said that black men violated her. It got her pregnant, and thereby she needed this right to pretty much delete the child in order to prevent this child from coming into the earth based on this action that happened to her. So it was all established on a lie. So we have our sisters currently in the street, and you have an array of people in the streets protesting, and you have various celebrities protesting.
Okay.
Through media, so on and so forth, at concerts and different events, various people protesting to bring back a right or bring back what they believe to be a constitutional right of something that was started and founded on a lie in the first place. And it's ridiculous. Last point.
Okay.
Last point, just one more scripture. Just dealing with the whole argument of, they deal with this fallacious argument of when a life becomes a life. Well, the Bible tells you when a life becomes a life. It says here in the book of Psalms 139 and 15 through 16. I'll read this very quickly. Psalms 139, 15, verse number 16, where it says, "My substance was not hid from thee when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lower parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance," meaning from the time you were a seed, the Most High saw you and recognized you. Yet being unperfect, it says, yet being unperfect, meaning you were not yet formed. This is before you were a fetus. This is before you were an embryo, right? And you it makes mention of your development that takes place over time. It says here, thine eyes did see my substance, yet being imperfect, in thy book all my members were written, meaning every single member of our bodies as they developed over time were documented and accounted for by the Most High. So you can't sit there and make an argument concerning when a life becomes a life and make that and use that as an excuse to say that I have a right to take this life because I believe it is not a life at this time, which in continuance were fashioned when as yet there was none of them. And there's more points, more things to bring out. With that, I'll yield and turn it back over for the calls.
Well, thank you, Elder Lawya. And there's another point I wanted to make out, and I'm going to talk about that in the academy, that in the Apocalypse of Paul, it tells us about the children who were rejected by their parents, who stand before the throne of the Almighty, okay, bringing an account against their parents before God. These were the babies who were terminated early by the cause of the parents. They stand before the throne of the Almighty, seeking judgment against their parents. Okay, I'm going to talk about that. It's in the Apocalypse of Paul. These were the children who were desiring to be held by their parents. I'm going to be talking about this, because we have to really, be careful of how we deal on this thing. These hot button topics, only the evil can talk about these things. We can't, unless we're dealing with some political talking point from the Republicans or the conservatives. But if we bring it the way we need to bring it, they won't allow that. Okay, it has to be a political talking point created by the left or the right. But no one is speaking concerning God, and I'm glad you brought up that scripture. Yeah, the spirit of the unborn children testifies against the parents. But I'll talk about that this coming Sunday. Hey, Rock, we have someone operating sinfully in our chat. I need you to report this. Let me report this person. Harassment. Okay. We gotta get him out of there. Get him out of there. Yeah. All right. So we got 23 minutes before the call queues ends. We're gonna go through these calls and break down early tonight. We're not gonna be here all night. So Elder Lawya, let's jump right in. You don't mind taking calls with me, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just going to step away for a moment, and I'll be right back.
Okay, great. I'll pull up the calls now, and let's go. Let's see. Call in. There it is. Hold on. One second, folks. There we go.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right. Thank you, Elder Rawchaa, for hosting.
Unmuted.
Okay, we're live on Blog Talk. When a country forgets God, guess what happens? Families are separated, nation against nation, and the children are targeted. And you know what? There's no one left at the helm. No one to hold the fort. Okay, so there's nothing left but to what? Prepare an ark and get on it. And that ark is Christ. Prepare an ark. Because what? There's no turning this thing back. All the corporations are in agreement with dismantling Babylon and destroying family, so that all power can go back to the 10 horns, which is Rome, Europe. And I'll be talking about that this Sabbath. Cora has a comment. 347 area code Cora. When a country forgets God.
Shalom, Elder. I just have a comment on when you were talking about the changing of labels and everything. I just remembered an instance. I was at the Staten Island Ferry. I went into the restroom, and while I was in the stall, I just heard someone saying, and blah, 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 and the church members and me and my wife, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, did I walk into the wrong restroom? My goodness. So when I come out, I kind of peek around the corner just to see if anybody's there. And there I see this heifer with
Oh,
hips
okay.
as wide as
Hold
the
up.
double wide talking about my wife.
Hold up. Now we just call them. Don't call them out of their name. Now that you seen a sister, or you seen this woman.
Well, I say,
Lord have mercy.
Okay, there was this female,
Okay.
a female with hips as wide as the double wide, talking about my wife.
Yeah. Hey, that's
And
what
I'm
they're
like,
doing right now. That's what they're doing
yep.
right now.
Yep, exactly. Yep. So I said there was an instance of it. Yeah, there she was talking about my wife.
Hey, people got the right. That's what freedom looks like, right? But
yeah,
I'm gonna let that be. But I have to say this. Anything else you want to say on that, sister, before we go to the next call?
No, that's all. I just had that remark about that observation.
Okay. Well, thank you, sister. You always give. You always bring in some good points. And yes, hey, they're at the door. Let me put that on hold for you. And I'm glad I showed a video of that brother taking a stance. But hey, let's talk about our people real quick. Because when it comes to the pride thing that's written of in Scripture, Ezekiel 16 tells us, 16 and 48 reads, let's get it. Ezekiel 16 and 48 reads, "As I live, saith the Lord God, Sodom thy sister have not done, she nor her daughters, as thou hast done, and thou art thy daughters. Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom. Pride, fullness of bread, and abundance of idleness was in her daughters. Neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and the needy." To let you know, it's not just the other nations, it's our people also who began to do what? Sensationalize this particular type of behavior. Who get on these talk shows and berate their own people, their own brothers, their own sisters. So the Most High said he judged our people because we became worse than Sodom and Gomorrah that was judged by him. So this is not just the other nations, folks. It's something going on with our people which allow these activities to fester within our communities. Read Ezekiel 16. It talks about the pride that comes with it, that word pride. But I digress. 443 area code. 15 minutes before the calls cut out altogether. We have an early night tonight. 15 minutes before the queue ends. Danita, you're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Hey, Shalom, elders. This is Sister Danita Williams from DMV,
yes,
Baltimore.
How are you?
I'm good, blessed by the best.
Yes.
Y'all, this is a timely lesson that y'all brought out, and it's just, when I seen that picture of the lady sitting on our sister, it's just like, it just made me think about all the stuff that, Coretta King and Malcolm X's wife fought for us to get to as women, to not, be more than our men, but to be beside our men. So it's one thing for us to, have that respect for our husbands, but there wouldn't have been, like you said, a Dr. Martin Luther King or a Malcolm X if it wasn't for these women. And for us to fall like we've fallen today and not speak on it, it's just utterly, it's sad. And we have to take our power back as women and stand beside our husbands and know how to build them up again so that they don't, have this feeling of they have to go to another nation, because our women are within our nation. Yeah. Our strong women are within our nation.
Yeah.
So if that's the only way that we can grow together, is we have to take that power back.
Yeah.
And as far as our children,
yeah,
we have to stand as mothers for our children and protect our children, keep our children, and take them out of these satanic programs. I don't care what they pushing, we can bring it better.
Yeah.
So I yield with that.
Well, sister, I'm going to place you on hold, but the picture she was talking about was the picture right here, where the women liberation started with them coaxing our sisters into some level of equality, as if they cared for sisters. But at the end of the day, after destroying our families, making it where we're the least married. Now they're celebrating sitting on our women as chairs after conquering them after what they would perceive as conquering them, after standing with them so that they can liberate from us. When there was no issues with the black man and the black woman before the women liberation movement. And the problem with this picture here is not the woman at the top here. Who would volunteer themselves for the picture? Who would do this? Who would do this? So it's time for our sisters to start calling out shame out there. Shame. Thank you, sister. Kenyatta has a comment.
Hello.
Shalom. Do me a favor. Can you turn us off the background, please? Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I turned it down.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I had a comment tonight. I mean, of course, there's a lot that you talked about. Of course, how they separated us and how they are still separating us to this day. And I mean, of course, when the Bible says many times, that men should not sleep with men and women should not sleep with women. And I remember even when I was in the military, when I first joined, it was this thing that had, it was don't ask, don't tell. If you were gay or anything like that, we weren't allowed to ask people if they were gay. And gay people weren't allowed to tell people they were gay. But then they changed that. And, of course, over time, it got worse and worse and worse. And then, of course, they accepted gay marriage, worldwide. And then, so now, of course, in the military, you're gay, like, they don't care anymore.
Yeah, don't ask, don't tell. But it's like this, brother. And you know what? It's like this, though. People are going to do what they're going to do. Okay? There's nothing we can do to stop that. That's why I said this, when a country forgets God. Let them do it. No one can stop them from doing what they want to do. They don't like the Bible. They're against God, whatever the case is. Love whoever you would like to love. But where are those who stand with God is the question. Who's willing to show, the example contrary to all of that. People are going to do what they're going to do. It doesn't matter how many commercials they try to push or try to put it on TV, whatever. I turn it off as soon as I see it. I don't have to see it. If I see a woman putting a strong dude as big as The Rock in a full Nelson, I don't care how good the writing is, I'm turning it off because it's turning things upside down. If I see a woman in the lead role in anything where a man used to be in that role, I don't look at it. I don't partake in it. Okay? So the whole thing is, when are we going to take a stance and do what? Vote with our dollars. Vote with our dollars and say, listen, if you're going to show this crap when I go to see TV or whatever the case is, guess what? I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to put my money into it, and I'll cancel whatever you're dealing with if you're pushing something against our values. So let them do what they want to do, but when are we going to take a stance and show that there's a righteous progressive pushback against it? But I digress. Go on.
And, and of course, they're going to try to stop us, like you were saying, from speaking out about it. I was called a homosexual because I said I didn't want to go to a gay club. And at that point, I didn't care what they were.
But how would you call that because you didn't want to go? I don't understand.
Yeah, okay. It was, I guess, some gay people and straight people. We were all hanging out together. And I didn't know those people were gay because I just got to the base or whatever.
Okay.
And they were saying, oh, we're going to a gay club. And I was like, oh, I'm not going.
Okay.
And they were like,
and you were
then later on, they were like, oh, he's a, he's a homophobic,
Okay, that's
and
what
I'm
they
like,
called you.
whoa, I'm not homophobic. I'm like, that's not, first of all, that goes against the God that I serve.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna abandon my beliefs because y'all think I'm trying to shame y'all because that's y'all's lifestyle. I'm like, no. I don't care what y'all do. That's none of my business.
Yeah.
Well,
there's
like
a double.
You were saying, don't.
I'm trying to make sure we
don't kiss and tell.
Yeah. I'm trying to stay within the parameters here, but let me tell you this. it shouldn't be right for them to shame others who disagree. After all these years championing the spirit of victim, claiming that you were bullied and all those things, it doesn't make sense to turn around when someone disagrees to do the same thing you claim others were doing to you. Okay? If we're going to live and let live, listen, I don't got to participate in what, I don't have to be shamed or spoken negatively against because I don't want to participate in your activity. Okay? And see, they have the autonomy. That's the double standard. They have the autonomy to shame, curse, say whatever they want without getting canceled. But yet we with the Bible, with the biblical traditional standing, have to watch how we say how God feels about all this. It's just
it's crazy.
When a country forgets God, right? But thank you, brother.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I got one more thing. That machine that you showed in the video, I'm not sure you're familiar with the show Stranger Things. It comes on Netflix. They had a similar machine in that show.
Oh, please don't give it away. Oh, don't give it away. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Well, this is from the last season.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
All right. Don't give it away.
Oh, I don't. All right, but that machine that they're gonna turn on, you know how they say, warning comes before destruction.
Yeah.
And a lot of people watch these shows, they're like, oh, it's science fiction, it's fake, but there's some truth within those fiction shows, and
a lot of it is predictive programming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a predictive program. Usually they'll tell you what they'll tell you what they're going to do in these productions, usually, if you know what to look for. To some people, it's entertainment. To others, it's an esoteric message telling people through their lesser magic what their plans are next, for those who can see it. But thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Kenyatta, you always bring some good insight. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad you didn't spoil it for me because I may see it a little later. Thank you.
All right. Yeah,
All right.
okay.
All right.
All right.
Auntie B, one of my favorite aunts. Auntie B's in the house. How you doing, Auntie B?
Shalom.
How are you?
I'm nervous right now.
You don't have to be nervous. Come on.
Ooh-wee. I'm nervous because you was talking about the tattoos and with the spirits that can attach themselves to you.
Yeah.
Elder, I got over 30-something tattoos, and I had them for years.
Okay.
The last tattoo I got was maybe 5 years ago, and the first tattoo I got was over 30 years ago.
Okay.
And I'm nervous right now.
You don't have to be nervous. Are you baptized?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
well, hey, if you're baptized,
it'll be a year come July 3rd.
Well, sister, if you've been baptized, understand that all your sins have been washed away, and you're going to get a new body anyway. The Bible says, in time past, the Most High have winked at our ignorance, but command everyone everywhere to repent. So you cannot change what you did, but guess what? You keep walking the road of righteousness, and you'll get that new clean body anyway upon the arrival of our Christ. So don't deal. Don't deal with guilt or regret from the past. There's nothing you can do to change that. The Most High have seen it and cleansed you from it. Okay? Just don't get no more.
Okay. Oh no!
Right.
No! I'm done. I'm done.
All right. Well, thank you, sister.
All right, the water.
All right.
All right.
So that's good. Sometimes, it's okay for us to talk it out. A lot of us have done things in the past that of course, not like marking ourselves or whatever, something that you can't take back. But hey, we have internal scars, internal marks, things we did, but the Most High have cleansed us. So don't feel guilty. Okay, there's nothing you can do about the past. The Most High is going to give us those new bodies. Go to 1 Corinthians 15. It'll tell you all about it. All right. Eunice has a comment. 618 area code. When a country forgets God, how are you?
Shalom, Elder Rawchaa.
Shalom, how are you?
I am blessed by the best. His name is the highest.
Okay, thank you for calling in. What would you like to talk about?
Hello. Yes, the problem is that they haven't forgot that God. They have took God. They have put him under the rug, covered him up, and said, "Oh, we know, but we're gonna just go ignore and just do what we want to do." because it's all about the battle of the flesh and the battle of the spirits. And baby, believe me, we are in a spiritual war.
Absolutely. You're right about that.
So we have got to be girded up more than ever. I need for all our sisters to come together, raise up these beautiful daughters of Zion and these boys, these women. We need to embrace that we are women.
Yeah.
We need to realize that we are strong women. We need to be strong. Like I'll pick it back from this other sister. We need to be strong for our husbands. We need to be there to comfort our husbands.
Yeah.
When the saying in the Bible says men are going to be rarer than gold, that is true. If you have a good man, you better hold on to that man. Because we're going to be going through times where so many women are going to be searching for that man, and he's not going to be around because you thought you was independent. I don't need no man. I can do this by myself.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. Hey,
It
sister,
don't
you
work
preaching
like
right
that.
now. You preaching. I'm going to tell you that. You are preaching.
Because we need we need strong men, but men also need that strong women. When a man is going through something, he needs the comforter. He needs to lay his head on her. And she needs to tell him, baby, it's going to be all right. We got this. As long as we have each other in the Most High.
Sister, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. I keep my ear to the ground. You understand? There's a lot I'm dealing with right now and getting in preparation for what's to come and all that, especially thinking, and there's a lot we need to do. But I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you, it's not just the sisters going off. I'm going to say, even these white young girls done lost their minds. I'm seeing some of the stuff out there, and it's like, because what you can't do, and this is what I said years ago, you can't harm or indoctrinate one part of society thinking that it's not, thinking that that spirit isn't going to cross the tracks. Right? So
some people have that thing.
Oh yeah. I'm hearing some of the delusions out there that has nothing to do with sisters, and it's like the Lord. It's something going on in the earth right now. Okay, so
it is.
It's just time for us to cleave back now, and what you're saying is right.
Yes.
And I'm gonna read a scripture on that real quick. Ecclesiastes 36:24. But I've never seen other ethnicities, and we have to get out of that where we can say that we don't need a man. That's delusion. That's delusion, and we have to get out of that. Okay, because I don't see no brothers out there saying that we don't need our other half. We don't need our women. So we really need to just leave that on the table. Even if there's things been done, we're bitter, things didn't work out, whatever the case is, we can't do that. Ecclesiastes 36:24 reads this, sister, and I'm going to just take you off after that. It says, listen to this. This is good. Ecclesiastes 36:22. The beauty of a woman cherisheth the countenance. That means when you see a very good-looking woman, it makes you happy, right? And a man loveth nothing. A man loveth nothing better, which means what? Men are visual. That's what Ecclesiastes 36 says. When a woman, got her shape together, she got her spirit together, and she smiles, a man loves that, right? And it says here, if there be kindness, meekness, and comfort in her tongue, that's femininity, then is not her husband, listen, then is not her husband like other men. When there's a sweet conversation where she's demure and loving, a man looks at her and says, you know what? I'm better than lucky. There's not a man on earth like me, right? This is what it says in Ecclesiastes, a man knowing in his heart that he has something special. Then it says in 24, he that getteth a wife beginneth a possession. Okay, now this is not talking about a worldly possession. Okay, this is talking about what? A rare possession, something that's precious, something that you keep away and protect so that others don't harm, right? He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession, a help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest. That means when he come home, he can only think of the rest that comes with him seeing his woman every day. Right? It's a pillar. They're not talking about a pillow. They're not talking about a pillow. It's talking about a pillar. A pillar holds something up. Right? So it holds it up where it's like, oh yeah, now I can sleep because the foundation of rest lies there with a loving and quiet woman, right? And it says, but listen to what it says though. Where no hedge is. That means Oprah is talking to your daughters, your wife. The women liberals or the single women out there are now giving advice. And not the single woman cannot give good advice. Okay? But you have some women, because they're not in a marriage, don't know how can't give good advice concerning relationships because they're not in it. It says, where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled. And he that have no wife will wander up and down mourning, because he allow someone to come in and convince her that her being his wife wasn't good enough for her. So you got to have that hedge, because somebody will come in and say, well, what you got is okay, but there may be some greener grass on the other side. See? And now because he allowed her to go out or go to a trip or go someplace, that curiosity have taken the cat, not killed the cat. The cat is out there. She's gone. Okay? So the whole deal, it tells you, where no hedge is, there's the possession is spoiled, and he that have no wife will wander up and down mourning, because he allowed his wife to be what? Indoctrinated with liberal, feminist ideals. Who will trust a thief well appointed, that skippeth from city to city? So he will believe a man that have no house, and lodgeth wheresoever the night taketh him. So that's talking about a man who's always sleeping on someone's couch and going all, you see them, they're in this city, then they're on their uncle couch here or their cousin couch here. So it's telling you the man you have to look out for too, not just the woman. Right? So thank you, Sister Ecclesiasticus.
Thank you for bringing that out, Elder.
Sister Ecclesiastes, the whole Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha should have been read in all of our churches. I'm so shocked that the Catholic Church has these records of wisdom, but the community that needs it the most don't have access to these books, these wisdom books I'm reading right now. And I believe the churches would be better if they had it. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to place you on hold. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Shalom. Thank you.
Shalom. All right, going down the line, there's only a few more left. Karen, 703 area code. I see your hands raised, and I'll get right to you. 703 area code.
Yes, sir.
Shalom,
Elder.
Shalom, Karen. How are you?
I am blessed by this. I'm calling with a comment. First of all, I wanted to thank you for the awesome Hebrew and Bible Academy lesson that you gave this Sunday on the Ark of the Covenant. It was mind-blowing.
Oh, praise the Most High.
All praises. I mean, that was something that I've always wanted to know, and you hit it out the park. So all praises to the Most High for that.
Praise the Most High.
My question to you is I have a daughter.
Yeah.
That she started out trying to find her spirituality. We're going to say that. Went to Mormonism. Then she went into yoga.
My God.
She, this chakra thing. Yeah. So now she has joined this church. I'm going to give you the acronyms. The WMSCOG, World Mission Society Church of God. They worship God the Mother. See, all of that stemmed from her being, from that yoga stuff, and I am the feminist, all this new age religion stuff.
Yeah.
It is real. I've seen it. It exists. It has taken over her life. It's out here. And people have to really be careful of their kids, because she has a daughter and they pray to this God, the Mother. And I wanted to ask you, have you even heard of this?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
One of the things, I'm sorry?
Yes, I've heard of it. It's a belief. It's a belief from the lowest depths of hell. And yoga led her there.
And she said something about the old covenant is a copy and shadow of the reality found in Christ and all of this stuff. So I just wanted to make sure that my spirit was leading me. I know what it is. It's a CULT.
Yeah.
So
how old is she? How old is she?
She's 33. My
33.
granddaughter's 7, and she's yes, sir.
What about marijuana? Was she getting high?
No.
Okay.
She might be. I don't know. I separated myself from her.
Okay.
This CULT has taken her away from all her friends, all her family.
It's a cult.
It
It's a
has
cult.
taken her
It's
away.
a big time cult.
Yeah, it pays tithes. It takes up all her time. I looked it up, researched it, and all the symptoms are there. So I just wanted to know, me as as a child of the Most High, it's hard being a mother, not being, with your child, you have to separate
But
yourself.
sister, it's like this though. It's like this. You did the best you could. She's 33 years old. She's a grown woman, and the most you can do.
Sir.
And I know. Listen, I know how my mama was. She ain't want to let nobody go. It's like she just had us. I'm like, come on, mama. We grown folk up in here. But at the end of the day, mothers are nurturers. They never let go. But you have to allow her to walk her path and pray for her. And seek an opportunity for her to sit with you one day through one of the lessons. But outside of that, just put it into the Most High's hands right now. Pray for her, and pray that the Most High got her out.
Sir.
Right? Got her through that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's her name? We'll make sure we put a prayer up for her. What's her name?
It.
What's her name?
Her name is Ayana Ricardo.
Okay.
Ayana.
Okay.
Last name Ricardo.
Well, we'll say
Riccardo.
Okay, we'll say a prayer that the Most High, open her eyes to see.
Just bring her
the cult she's a part of, and come to safety before it's over. All right, thank you, sister. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. The water, sir.
All right, and thank you for
Good night.
participating in our academy too. It's been eye-opening.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right, bless you.
Yes, it is. Love it.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
All
The
right.
water.
Bar. When a country forgets God, Israel has a comment. Israel. Okay? If your hands are raised, don't worry about it. I'm going to get to you. Israel, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me, Elder?
Yes, I can. The floor is yours.
Hey, man, I just want to say, Elder, man, you a cool dude, man, and I appreciate everything you did, man. A couple of weeks ago, you was giving us your testimony about your story, man, and Elder, man, when you was at that crossroad and you had to make that decision when you was going to throw in the towel, do you realize, man, if you'd have done that, none of this would have existed, Elder. It wouldn't have been no Bruns with no truth music. It wouldn't have been no GOCC. I wouldn't be in the truth. My auntie Neil, my uncle that's 69, he wouldn't be in the truth. Elder, you changed so many lives, man, and what you done is so monumental, or the word I'm looking for. My bad, man. But I mean, what you done was so big, Elder. I just want to say thank you, man. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, my brother. And yeah, I don't want to think about what would have happened if I would have went, into the world or, made the wrong choice. I don't even want to think about what would have been in it for me. I mean,
yes, sir.
I knew based on that moment that, a serious choice had to be made. I knew it was either left or right. Right? And the Most High, the Most High had grace on me. He had grace on me.
Yes.
So thank you.
And
Listen, hold up. But I'm glad I chose this road. To put it that way, I am glad that the Most High found favor. He found favor and allowed me to continue in his work, because there's nothing else I love better than doing the work for the Almighty. Nothing. But go on.
Yes, sir, brother. And I mean, you're a very knowledgeable and intelligent brother, man, and I learned so much from you. And the question that I had, Elder, was this right here, because I know you touched bases on, the heat from that video someone sent you. And so my honest question was, I live in a state where you can open carry, and so legally you able to do that. So if you was also in a state where you can legally open carry, and I'm not a teacher or nothing like that, but let's just say you were a teacher, would you not exercise your constitutional right and have your firearm on you while you teaching for your personal protection?
Well, usually when it comes to things like that, I wouldn't talk about that publicly on a broadcast anyway, because that takes away the surprise that comes with concealment.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a private choice that shouldn't be discussed with anyone. I think people should exercise their right if they have the legal right to do it. Your tax money goes towards making sure you can exercise the laws, exercise the freedoms within some of the laws in that particular country, if you're living in a country like that. But I don't believe that's something that should be discussed. I think that's someone's personal business. But personally, I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't feel right if I'm speaking with the concealment on. Because I understand how, I can understand how provocations happen, how they're looking, they'll send provocateurs at the camp, knowing you have something. So that now they have the excuse to do what? Come at you and then say, then change the scene around and say, look, he had a gun. So basically, I wouldn't do that. If I'm speaking, I'm not going to have no concealment on me. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that at a speaking. I don't believe that's wise. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I believe that people should have security and have protection around them, and people who can look, have their back and look out for you to make sure everything is good. But I've never been at a speaking with a concealment, even if I have the right to have one. I don't believe it's wise. I don't believe it's wise.
Understandable.
Okay.
Understandable. And I appreciate your input, Elder. It's very valuable to me, man. And I thank you so much for accepting the time, man. And keep doing what you're doing, Elder. Keep pushing, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate all you do, and I appreciate the kind words. I really do, my brother. Thank you, and keep your prayers out there for me. All right.
All right.
All right.
Barakatah and Shalom.
Shalom. Elder Lawya, I need you to get that scripture where it says if they turn back towards this place that the Most High will hear, he would hear and answer our prayers.
Yes, sir.
In Chronicles, right? I need you to get that. It was in Kings. Grab that for me real quick. Eunice, we have a few more. I'm gonna go down the line. There's no more calls in the queue, so I'm going to get through these, and then that will conclude our broadcast. An early night tonight, actually. 618 area code, when a country forgets God. How you doing, Eunice? All right, Eunice, I'll come back to you in a moment.
I think you already got Eunice a little earlier.
Okay, that's great.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Minnie has a comment. Minnie.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you doing, Minnie?
I'm Not too good. I'm trying to think here, not to be too emotional about this, but the whole talk about the abortion rights and everything. I grew up very poor, no father in the house.
I'm sorry.
My mom would always tell me, I never had even a picture of him. So I would go to my mom, who was very, very late, and I would say, ask her questions, and I would say, how does he look? She would say, ugly. That's what she would say. I just walk away, then I'll go and I'll say, ask her another question about him. And then she told me a story more than once that he worked in the hospital where I was born, Harlem Hospital, and he brought home some pills to force her to take, she said, to abort me. But I didn't get aborted, and then he walked out and he left. He never was in my life.
Okay.
And then
Sorry to hear that.
fast forward to age 23, I knew nothing about God. I didn't go to church. My mom didn't really talk too much to us about God. I get pregnant, okay? And I knew how hard my life was without a father.
Yeah.
And the guy I was with, I knew he was going to not be with me. He even came up with the $500, went with me to make sure I did what I had to do. When I came out, I passed out. I was just so remorse. I was crying. He took a cab, and then eventually we broke up. But for almost a year, I was thinking about ending my life. I really was. And then somehow God led me to a church where I talked to this pastor. He was a counselor. Like after church, he said, and when you need counseling, come to me. It was a Pentecostal church. And I explained to him that I was thinking of killing myself for what I did. And immediately in the Bible, and it says, God forgives you for all your sins.
Yeah.
And now I just heard you say that my child that I didn't bring into the world to suffer like I did is standing there telling God that I shouldn't be allowed to live or even to go straight to hell because of what I did.
Oh,
and I'm
no.
remorseful about it every single day.
Okay, sister, listen.
But let me
listen.
finish.
No.
I'm
Sister, let me make it make it clear. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say
Well,
that.
it sounds like that's what you're saying,
No.
and it sounds like people who are against abortion is saying that we're bad people, but no one came to my rescue. I told my mom, she was like, well, I don't know what to tell you to do, because she struggled with 6 of us on welfare. She didn't get married until she was 80 years old.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I know nothing about marriage. Not to this day. I'm 63 now.
Okay.
I had a husband, but he didn't really love me. He just wanted to get into the country because he was from Ethiopia and is my daughter's father. But I couldn't contact him at first when I was pregnant to tell him. And I had made that promise to God, if this ever happened again, I'm going to do it on my own. And I guess he wanted to make sure that my word was bond, because my husband at the time, he didn't contact me until my daughter, I was like 8 months pregnant. So it took him a while. He didn't come into America until she was 8 months. So I had to go through everything by myself. I really did have to go on welfare until he got here. And then I had to go through the delivery. My mom wouldn't even go with me. No one would go with me by myself. I struggled. And then he came into the country. He became abusive.
Hey, sister.
He just, to me,
sister, listen.
really didn't not love me.
Sister,
so then
listen. Sister,
now my daughter,
sister, I need
so
you to.
constantly feel I'm being punished.
Sister.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get it all out. That I constantly feel guilty.
There's certain things you shouldn't get all out on a radio broadcast, sister.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm sorry. But go ahead.
Yeah. So let me make it clear. James, the 5th chapter says, confess your faults one to another and pray one for another that ye may be healed. That the effectual fervent prayer of the righteous may availeth much. So when I said that there's a scenario in which there's children going against the parents for those decisions, keep in mind, it still comes down to, if you were baptized, you confess your faults, the Most High will not hold your past against you. Okay? If you've already went and spoke to a pastor, you confessed it, you put it out there, your regrets, and you accepted Christ, you're baptized, you're not to hold the past. You are to look forward to one day meeting that child. So you're working towards a kingdom. You're not looking back anymore. You're looking at what? You're looking at Christ's crucifix. You're looking at the kingdom. So when I say certain things, understand that even though those testaments are there because you have some people there who are heartless, who are evil, who would sacrifice children with no regret. And that's a lot of people out there that are not dealing with, you have a conscience. That's why you're still feeling this at the age you are now. This is not speaking of people who have actually repented for their sins, sister. All right? It's time for you to look forward because there's too many things back there that puts you, that puts you in a dark place. Right? It's time for you to look forward and understand that Christ has forgiven you for your past. You cannot change your past.
But I feel like the child that I did have, she was a beautiful child. She was so loving to me. But something happened when she turned like a teenager. She just turned on me. Like, she just hates me so much. And last time I spoke to her was last week because
let's do this. Let me get your name and we can call you off the broadcast because there's a lot of things that you shouldn't be,
I don't care who hears. Maybe some people have gone through the same thing as me, but I just feel like constantly being punished for it.
Sister,
I did.
Sister, that's why the Bible says confess. You didn't say it what you did. You cannot live in that dark place in the past because you'll never find peace. You'll never find happiness. All right. So I'll make sure we give you a call. Okay.
All right then. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for calling, Minnie. All right.
All right.
And I can understand that there's a lot of hurt that goes on within our communities. There's a lot of hurt, and this is why Christ seen it all. The Most High seen it all, and have given us an opportunity. But we have to take that opportunity and let go some of those dark moments. Right? Amber has a question. Yes, Amber.
Hello, Mom, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. This is Amber from Birmingham, Alabama.
Hey, what's your question, Amber?
All right. Well, I have a quick comment. The sister that had called before, the fact that she had called in, let you see how much strength she still has within herself. She's still trying to look, like you said, she's still looking for that cross. So I hope that sister finds some more strength and people who are like-minded who can lift her up, because that's a testimony. That sister can encourage other people. If you think your life is bad, look at this sister. She's doing it.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, because there's going to be others, and that's why I was trying to let her know to be strong, because there's going to be other younger women who've gone through what she've gone through, and even worse. And she can be that guide to say, listen, I've gone through these things, and this is what Christ have done in my life to have me overcome that past, so that she can be an example to help others. Okay. All right. Okay. You got it, Amber. What's the question?
My question was, I guess you have done this before, but I would like for like a more in-depth, if you can get, what's the sister's name that's up there who did the play for this past Passover? I forgot her name.
Sister Shirley.
Sister Shirley, yes.
Yeah.
If you can bring in sisters like that and have them talk to wait, don't they still do the GOCC women thing?
Yeah, I think I think she still does the shows on Tuesday or whatever. It still does that. Yeah, they do that.
Is it the same number?
It should be. Nothing has changed.
Okay. I just thought of that. I remember calling in several times.
Yeah, I'll check. I'll check to make sure.
Yes, please. And if they do, can you maybe magnify that so we can get like sisters like the one that just called before, so we can maybe heal the women so we can stand by our men. We need to be in the right mindset. That was my question. How do we stand by y'all? But we have to heal ourselves to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'll make sure I speak to Sister Shirley and see if that thing is still going, and if so, I'll promote it.
Please, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
See, but we have to make sure when sisters come together, they're not just putting their husbands and their family business all out there, you know. So things have to be tempered. It have to be tempered to a degree in which we're not disrespecting a man's home. So sometimes we get in our emotions, but we have to realize there's boundaries. We can't be
exactly.
Sometimes there's gonna be disagreements in a home. There're gonna be arguments in the home too. So you can't be there in the midst of that, and you're talking to other women, and now this guy is being looked at as the worst guy in the world because he had a bad moment. So we still have to watch those conversations, not to dishonor someone's home. As long as those conversations can happen that way, then I'd have no issue with it. All right?
Exactly. Yes, sir. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom, Sister Amber. You always bring some good questions there. Brother V has a question.
Shalom, Elder.
Okay, I'm not playing in the back, am I? I am.
No, I got it on one of them little web phones. Is it echoing?
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, I had a question. I got a tattoo on my arm, and it say Looney, man, like it's L-U-N-I-E. I can't get it removed because I have keloid skin.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can do, because I don't want none of them demons being up in my house, man, you know?
Well, I think I answered that question earlier, that in times past, the Most High winked at ignorance. You didn't know any better.
Oh, okay.
If you're baptized, don't worry about it. You get a new body anyway.
Yeah, I need to get baptized too, man.
Okay.
I don't know how I can get in touch with you. This is not my phone. This is just one of those little apps that I use to call in. I do not have I do got a phone number that I use. I can send it to you. I'm trying to get baptized, man. Every time I try to get baptized, I promise that I'll get baptized, but nobody ever calls.
Send an email to gathering as one. That's the number 1 at AOL.com.
Okay.
And we'll get someone from your region to reach out to help you.
I appreciate it, Elder.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Angie has a comment. Yes, Angie.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you, Angie? Shalom.
I'm fine. I was listening to the show and wanted to answer make a comment about when a country forgets God.
Okay.
And for one thing, it's the young lady that called in she really touched my heart. I almost was brought to tears because a lot of people are hurting.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when a country forgets God. There are people that have families broken up, and they're going through a lot of changes right now in this horrible, evil world, and they're just looking for answers. And sometimes they go in all the wrong places. But I thank the Most High that we found you guys and everyone here. So when a country forgets God, this is the kind of thing that happens. We get the world that we have now. We get the country we have now, where nothing is sacred. Nothing. No integrity, no values, no. And it's just frustrating, And I'm just thankful to the Most High that we have a forum like this to come to and express ourselves. So I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to make that comment.
And I was about to say the same thing, because in the midst of all this evil that's going on, the pure evil that has been cut loose in the earth, I'm grateful that the Most High have given us the truth of Himself. Can you imagine being in this world without the understanding of what's going on right now, without this truth? So even though there's so much darkness, and that's why I wanted to speak to the sister, not to focus on the darkness, because the light have shined through the darkness. He've actually given us the truth, even though the majority of us have gone through things, broken families, a messed up community, abuse or whatever we've gone through. The Most High still seen grace in all of that to allow us to understand that we're still worthy to receive the promises that were given to our father Abraham. See, and that's why we have to look at the positives that came through all of that the Most High had us come through. There's many have fell by the wayside, never made it to the point of understanding what we see today. So there's a lot to be grateful for also. And that's what I wanted to actually, if we just focus on all of the regret, that's what Satan used to put us in a dark place. And then we begin to think we're unworthy. And I wanted her to understand, through all of her choices, through all of our choices, the Most High still seen fit to give us his truth. So that means something. Right. That accounts for something. All right.
And I'm so glad that you cleared that up for her, because when I was in the chat, I was thinking that as well, like, oh my gosh, well, no one can be forgiven, but I'm glad you cleared that up, because it was a misunderstanding.
Oh no, so, I mean, just like if any of us have gone through something, when someone is speaking on it, it resonates. But we have to always understand that forgiveness is part of this truth. And facing some of the harsh realities that the Most High have saved us through. Even though it don't feel good hearing some of the things we've done in the past, at the end of it, we're seeing Christ who still was gracious enough to make us come through all that darkness and still give us opportunity. So no, that wasn't judgmental. We're talking about a system that incentivizes and celebrates the destruction of children. That's what we're talking about, the children that testify against the parents. Don't forget, in the Old Testament, these people were intentionally bringing their children to the altar to pass under the fire to Moloch. They were doing this intentionally, right? And so it was unrepentant. It was part of a ritual for them. So I'm glad you asked me the question so that I can further clear things up, because we've all did error and made mistakes and did what we thought was right in ignorance, right. Back then. So no one can judge anyone for what they've done in ignorance. I appreciate that, sister.
Thank you for clearing.
Tongue-tied.
Clearing that up. And I just have one more thing.
Yeah.
If you can, could you do a lesson on family, like the importance of the mother and father, and especially in our Black community, where I've heard parents cussing at the children. I mean, I've seen this woman saying the F word at her 3-year-old child. It's ridiculous. So I think that there should be something to talk about as far as family is concerned, because the families are without God now in our community, and it's sad. It's really sad.
It is. Well, I'll write that down, and we'll make sure we do something on that. Are you in the current academy?
Well, I was. I'm so sorry, but right now I'm just going through some financial things, so I can't right now.
Okay, well, send us an email. If you were, we're going to see what we can work out with you. Just send us an email, gatheringas1@AOL.com. All right, if you were in this one already.
Oh, thank you.
See what we can do, all right?
Bless you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Angie.
Okay, bye-bye.
Right.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right, we have Tara has a question. How are you doing, Tara?
Hi. Oh, sorry, I'm kind of nervous. So I had a question and a comment. My comment was that I have been trying to contact the deacon for the Houston body.
Okay.
But no one has reached back out to me, and my baby keeps saying she wants to go to church.
All right.
And I'm trying to get in before my grandmother takes her to her church, because I don't want her around that.
No, you don't want her there. Hold on. What I'm doing here,
Yeah,
Tyra, what I'm doing here as we speak, if you don't mind, I'm texting your number to Elder Rawchaa of Houston.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Please call for gathering there. For Houston gathering. All right. I just text the information real time on on the broadcast. So you can be reached at this number, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. We good then. So you should be receiving a call before Friday. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
All
I did have another question as well.
Okay.
So, I have two kids, two different dads, and like I used to tell my old friends like how I was ashamed of that, because I always wanted to have a family and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Like a real family with a man in the household.
Okay.
And I would tell them how I was like ashamed of myself, because I kind of like didn't break the generational curse that I went through. And also, because I just feel like that's shameful, having two kids by two different men, and they would always say, oh, that doesn't matter. Like, someone will love you despite that. And, that's not a big deal. So that brings me to my question. Because at some point I just said, well, okay, I just got to get used to being alone, So my question is, would I be able to get married in the future, or is that just out of question?
How old are you?
25, about to be 26.
Okay. What you need to focus on, sister, is making sure you're in that Bible, learning the truth. All right. And taking care of your children, making sure they're in prayer. And when it comes to you have control over, men are visual. So make sure that you are visually pleasing to a man. You are what a man wants according to the Bible. And don't even focus on a man. Focus on what you need to make sure you're right, so that if that man appears, you have all the other things in place. That he'll, excuse me. Phone here, 1 second. You have all those things in place, and put the phone over here. That a good man would appreciate according to the Bible. Being virtuous. Okay, being respectful. And let the Most High. You're still young. You're 25 years old. You're not, all is not lost. You're still young. Okay? But no one knows what the future holds. But you stay in that word. Train up your children according to the word. And make sure that you are visually as well as spiritually pleasing for the one the Most High would actually send you. Now, or you can also think about, your child's, one of your child's fathers, and going back and having a discussion, concerning the person you fathered the children with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's an option too. Now, you don't got to tell me what the issues are. That's between y'all. But I'm just saying, you're still young. So,
yes, sir, I understand. Like, I'm not really pushing it per se. I just wanted to know if it was a possibility. Like,
of course,
if it would even be right for me to accept that, or if I should just.
Well, the Bible tells you right now, if I were you, I wouldn't be focused on that. Are you baptized in the church or no?
No, that's why I was trying to call here.
Yeah,
so
I would say I wouldn't be focused on that right now. You need to focus on getting yourself together, getting yourself right in the Word, and let that
Right.
think about that down, in the future. Think about you and your children and getting right with the Most High, because this is how you are. The Bible tell you, if you're loose, seek not to be bound, and if you're bound, seek not to be loosed. You're thinking about the wrong thing right now. Right now, you have to get yourself together and get the wisdom of that Bible and Christ to not make some of the errors you did earlier in your life. So that's what should be your focus. A man is inevitable if you keep yourself together. You're dealing in the Word of the Most High, and you're keeping yourself aesthetically appealing to a good man. But I wouldn't focus on that. I would focus on you got control over your body, on how your body looks. Make sure because men are visual. All right? So focus
Yeah.
Listen, focus on that, and focus on getting the Word together and the Bible together and teaching your children what's right according to the Word. That's what you need to focus on. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, and nice meeting you, Tyra. And what city or state you in? Because we can direct you to a church in your respective locale.
All right. Thank you so much.
What area are you in? What state?
I'm in Texas. I'm in Katy.
Okay.
But it's like the outskirts of Houston. So.
Okay, so you near Houston too. All right. So let me make sure Elder Rawchaa. All right. Reach you also. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I just spoke with you. I already did that. All right. I got you. All right. Let's go to the next call. Thank you. He will call you. All right. I'm getting all mixed up here. All right. Dwayne has a question. The Bible says, if you're bound, seek not to be loosed. And if you're loosed, seek not to be bound. If you're single, seek the Most High and work towards, self-improvement according to the Word, not another person. Dwayne has a question.
Shalom, Elder. I have a question and a comment.
Yes, sir.
But the comment is, I want to get baptized. I'm living in Massachusetts area, near Boston area, so I was reaching out to one of the elders and see if you guys have a body that's close by or anything that I can get that thing done. But the question is, I'm actually going through it's almost a 2-year divorce now.
Yeah.
And I'm the one that actually filed for the divorce, but I know how much the Most High, He detests it, and going through it, I can understand why He hates it so much. But I realize it's a spiritual battle between the man and the woman, and it's not necessarily the person themselves, but I can say, I hear the other women here that are really suffering and hurting. A lot of people are hurting right now, and I can really attest to that as a man. I can say I'm hurting as well, going through the toils of what this Babylonian system has us doing. So I want to know if filing for that divorce and not letting it be. She's done some things, legally said a lot of lies and deception and et cetera, which led us to come here and settle off false allegations, trying to take my kids from me and stuff like that. But moving past that, I'm the one that's trying to reconcile. I've tried 3 times, and I feel like I've been.
Brother, here's a question. Do she want to reconcile? Does she want to reconcile?
I can't say she's never reached out to reconcile, so I can't say she wants that.
So the answer, one thing about a woman, if she want a man, she's going to be after that man, right? So the whole thing is she don't want to reconcile.
Okay.
So if she doesn't want to reconcile, what are you going to do?
There's absolutely nothing I can do about that.
Yeah. So
I just wanted to ask you that.
So listen, this is what you have to do. You have to call and ask her. And if she say no, because the Bible says that what? That you cannot remarry except it be for fornication, right? So then you don't have to put your business out here, but you have to discuss with her. And if she already went on with her life as far as in that area, then you're free. You're not in bonds in such cases. And how much that might hurt, you have to move on if she don't want to, if she doesn't want to. Remember Lot's remember Lot's wife.
True.
Okay.
And what if she wants to do some form of therapy, and that's her way to move on?
When you said therapy, what you mean? Are you talking about y'all two reconciling your relationship together?
No, she's talking about the government type of therapy. Let's go to a counselor and them tell us what we're supposed to think, instead of us coming together and talking out our differences.
Nah, see that's too one-sided, and I'm sure there's two people involved here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're giving me your take on what it is, but I'm sure she has a different perspective. I'm sure, right? So I have your number here. I'll call you offline. We'll talk. All right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Shalom.
All right. Shalom. And this, may the Most High rest his soul, but this ain't, the Kevin Samuel scenario where you want to just put everyone's business out there because you don't know if your family are hearing it or other people. Certain things are held for privacy, right? To keep the integrity intact, to keep someone's dignity intact, right? Dwayne, only have a few more. Dwayne has a question. All right, only a few more. Azriel. Shalom, Azriel.
Hey, Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing well, blessed by the best. I'm digressing.
Good.
We're almost done. A few more calls, and we'll be done for this evening.
All right, no problem. But the video that you played in the beginning of the broadcast, I thought was rather interesting, with the father who was putting his son out of his house.
Yeah.
I know I don't know if you remember, but I shared this with you a while back about, the situation with my father and my brother and I. And what I find to be interesting is in that man's age, how he's not willing to acquiesce in that regard to this, new age way of acceptance. And
well, it doesn't matter what the age is. It's wrong according to the laws of God.
Exactly.
New age, past age, doesn't matter. There's a certain moral line that comes to mind when it comes to relationships, according to God. We gotta we don't care about the new age wave of doing things. The old way got us here. The new way is destroyed. The new way is destroying everything. The old way got us here.
So,
but go on.
So, what I thought was interesting about that was how, when I'm seeing that particular dynamic, I've seen another one over the past, 10 years, and seeing this how my brother, I guess, came out, so to speak, not as if though we all needed to, even for him to tell us that. But I think a lot in what happened was my brother had a thing a while ago, and I had the same thing too, where we were at different points in our lives harming ourselves because of things that were going on in our lives and depression. And so in his case, because you see through the media these stories that they pump out there in the atmosphere, where you have these individuals who are taking their own lives because they feel as if though their family doesn't accept them. I think to some extent, my father feels obligated to protect his son by accepting it, even though at some point he himself thought it was wrong. And on the other hand, you have me being kind of like, ostracized because my father messaged me, surprisingly, the first time in like almost 6 months. But the message that he sent me was condescending, and it wasn't it wasn't anything of trying to say, bring forward any sort of respect at all for how it is that I'm doing things on my end. And like I said, I still love my dad. I still pray for him. But I thought that video was extremely interesting, and how that father himself, despite it all, wasn't going to stand for that, and was willing to tell his son that he was a disgrace in that regard, and that he didn't honor him as his father. You don't honor me as your father. And then when it says that, people be giving over to strong delusions, the Almighty wasn't lying, because it's like, I'm the one being ostracized now, and I'm not trying to make this all about me, but I'm looping this all back.
But it seems like something is missing, right? Why are you being ostracized? You didn't explain what's the reason for him. Huh?
Oh, I'm being ostracized because I drew a line in the sand with them, with my father and my brother. And
what was the line in the sand?
The line in the sand was, my wife and I decided that when it comes to our children, we feel it best that what we're teaching our children be reciprocated. That it be reciprocated in our absence. So that way, as to avoid any sort of confusion, the children are learning the same exact thing with you guys as they are with us. Now, we're not here to impose on anybody's lifestyle. We're not here to tell you what to do with your lives or anything like that. But this is what we're asking of you, because we feel it best as a community and as a family to work together in that respect. To which my father responded, I'm not using that Bible. He said his words, not mine.
You called before. Yeah. So it's like this, though, right?
Exactly.
Your father's scenario is a different dynamic than the video that was shown. Because the father was willing to work with that young man. He was living under his father's roof. But he took his father's kindness for weakness. He began to shame his father by publicly doing things that brought shame to the home, which led to the father running out of patience with him. It's one thing, I'm not going to put you out because you're my son, but you're not going to shame me in my home. So that father was patient with him, knowing that his son was dealing with some uncomely activity. So his father didn't put him away. His father was looking out for him until he brought shame into the home. So I'm going to say this. I don't believe a father needs to just put his son away if his son is dealing with some level of sin or whatever the case is. I believe there's a patient point if you see that child working towards honoring you as a father. Right? But you're not going to I'm not going to allow you to shame me. Now, here's the next thing. With you, you can draw a line in the sand, but I wouldn't cut my father off for his choice in actually being there for his son at some degree. The line in the sand you should make is this, brother. I don't agree with that, and my children can't be around that. But outside of that, I'm down with my family. As long as you can comply with my rules, I'm okay with being around the family.
Elder,
Go ahead.
And that's exactly what I told. And my father himself told me that the Israelites replaced your family and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, Pop, what are you talking about? Nobody has done anything at all. He texted me that. I still have that message. Nobody replaced anybody. These are his words, not mine. I feel like he was speaking from a place of emotion, but like I said, he and I haven't necessarily had a discussion in that respect since then. And it's like I don't really have much else to say because, like my father said, he asked me. Well, when he sent the message that he sent, in the message he was basically saying, like, for you not to accept somebody's lifestyle, why would you accept gifts from an individual whose lifestyle you don't accept for your children? Because before, mind you, this happened after my wife gave birth to our twins.
Okay.
There was a baby shower that they held for us. It was like a retro baby shower, just last minute thing, and they brought us the clothes because her side of the family didn't. So it was all done in good faith. But this was before you decided that you didn't want to go based off of what we were teaching our children or bringing our children up. This was well after that. I could see if it happened. If it was that big a deal. My thing is, that's something that should have been addressed within the same time frame as that discussion back then. And I feel as if though my father
let me
angry.
Listen, let me ask you some direct questions here. Do your brother live with your father?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Let's do it like this then. You have to separate the two. What you got to do is sit down with your father and have a heart-to-heart with him that has nothing to do with your grown brother. Okay? Because you have the power to have a relationship with your father and his grandchildren, regardless of your grown brother being somewhere. He shouldn't even be in the conversation.
Right.
So you need to just let that your brother's a grown man, not living with your father. Go patch up your relationship with your father. Got two separate sons, two separate relationships, and he can't feel he's being blamed for loving both of you. So as long as that relationship that's going on with your other brother isn't affecting your children, you can't dishonor your father in that. Okay, you just have to draw the line there and say, listen, I'm going to patch up my relationship with my father regardless of his stance on him standing with my brother, because I have the power to make sure my brother's lifestyle doesn't affect my children.
Okay.
So talk to your father.
I'm glad. Thank you. I'm glad you brought that out because I did the same with my mother. And I had my mother asked me a question about how, what if in fact that, she just so happens to, because whoever she lets in the house, who she lets in the house. So when she was telling me that, she was basically kind of like signaling in a situation like your brother comes by and, they in my house and, him and his, I guess, boyfriend or whatever.
Well, brother, that's a different circumstance. Your mother, your mother done tipped you off. She done let you know that there's some uncomely male activity going on in her home. So you have the power to understand that. She tipped you off. There may be some sinful noise happening. So what you got to do, you see that's going on. Back off of that. Don't say anything and know that she sound the alarm that your children cannot be in her house because anything can cut loose there at any time. But I take it your father and mother aren't living together, correct?
No, they're not.
Yeah. So listen, you fine. You're fine. You know where not to take the kids. Then you straight.
Yeah. At the same exact time, there's also a situation with my father where, he kind of allows the same thing in his. But like you said, it's all about knowing how to maneuver about why.
Brother, you got the truth. You got the full power and authority of where your children go and who influence them.
Absolutely.
So this is where your father is going off with this Israelite thing, because he know that you got the full autonomy to make sure they're fine anyway. That you shouldn't treat him a certain type of way because your brother hanging around doing some stuff he don't got no business. They're grown people, separate it, compartmentalize it, keep them away from your mama's house because that's where they cutting loose at, and patch up your relationship with the father. That's clear.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it was only because my father had a thing where he was saying to me that, you know, I'm not using that Bible that y'all teaching over your house and all this other stuff. So I was like,
brother, that's fine too. Brother, listen, that's fine too. As long as I'm treating him according to that word, that's fine. He don't have to have the word. He don't have to have the word, brother. He can think whatever he want. But your relationship, how you deal with him, will determine whether or not he'll look into it one day. You don't have to. You still have to honor that man as your father, whether he know the word or not.
Right. So, what would you suggest I, be done in this situation?
I'm glad you asked, Dad. Listen, I'm in the word. I believe in God. But listen, there's nothing I would do to fracture my relationship with you. I love you. I know you love me. There's no harm that can come to you with me believing what I believe, because in the Bible it tells me to honor my mother and father, and I do honor you. Okay? I would like us to mend our relationship, and keep in mind, I'm going to believe in this Bible, but I still honor and respect you as a father. I want to come together. I want my children to be around you. I want them to get to know you. Okay? And right, because he don't expect you to come that way. He'll respect you. He'll respect that you came to him and said, "Listen, regardless of what you believe, you know what I believe, but I love you and I'll always honor you." Okay? So and open the door for him. Open the door for him to come in and be a grandfather to his grandchildren. And he, down the line, he'll enforce some of your stances. Okay, he will.
Say again.
I say down the line, don't be surprised if you do it this way. He'll enforce some of your stances. He'll understand what you believe, and when your children are around him, he's going to protect those children based on his respect for you. Okay, he will be like, "No, he can't eat that. The children don't like to eat. He can't eat that." Your father will do that for you, but you must honor him first. He can't believe that some guys came in with. Don't forget, he went online and seen Israelites, and he don't know the difference. So, yeah, so he's judging you according to that. He expect you to be operating with him like he see these guys out there. So go apologize to your father and say, "Listen, I'm fine, Dad. I'm fine. I want to mend our relationship. You take the stance. Since you're the one, don't forget, if one that's overtaken in a fault, restore that person in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted." It's your father who can't see straight in this matter right now. And so it's upon you having the knowledge to gain your father. He doesn't have the knowledge, you do. Okay?
All right. I'm just, I really thank you for that, because this has been something that's been, it never sat right with me, and I hope that I never dishonored my father in any situation, in any sense like this, or my mother for that matter, because like I said, I don't hate him, or I don't hate my brother, I don't hate my mother, I don't hate any of them at all. I don't have that in me. I have that animosity towards them. I love them all. Okay. But at the same exact time, at the expense of my children, no.
I can understand.
And I know my father. My father's gonna ask me about.
Listen. Take one step at a time. Take one step at a time. Believe me. Based on your defense for your children, you're the last person to have to worry about anyone doing anything to them. You set the boundary. Right. You set the boundary, but still, keep your relationships intact. Talk to your father. All right?
Okay.
All right, my brother. Shalom.
All right. Thank you, Elder. Shalom.
You're welcome. All right, last call for this evening. That concludes all the calls. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the blog talk then went blank. May the Most High be with you all. And now we understand it's a lot going on. It's I'm gonna tell you, it's all cooked up in one. Noah's Ark being built while the Most High is preparing a flood. And Sodom and Gomorrah knocking on Lot's door while the Most High is preparing a fire. And both are now running concurrent with each other throughout the earth. They've opened up the gates, and it's time. They open up the portals, and it's time for the righteous to stand on what? On the truth. It's time for us to stand together against all unrighteousness and pray. Pray for protection and guidance from the heavens. That's right. I'm Elder Rawchaa. This concludes our broadcast for this evening, When a Country Forgets God. And we'll see you this Friday on Patreon. Let me see what Patreon is going to be real quick. All right. Let me see real quick. Let's look at what our Patreon will be. 1 second. Patreon. Oh, you're not going to want to miss this, folks. Patreon this coming Friday. Death Wears a White Jacket. What is the title for our Patreon this coming Friday? It's titled Death Wears a White Jacket. You don't want to miss Patreon this coming Friday. With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not, and keep in mind the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. Shalom. Ahayah's calling back Israel. Shalom. Whoa.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the greatest
Shalom. See you this Friday, brothers and
the
sisters.
Euphrates, the Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel, that's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, we from Puerto Rico, Nepali from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, Ahayah's gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Ahayah gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. From the Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi the Haitians. Ahayah's gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. I never felt this way. I never thought I'd see the day. I tried to keep you close to my heart. Heaven knows I've tried. I came to see you today. You had to go away. I couldn't hold back this pain, even though I tried. Today I cry. I seen you today. I know that you're looking down on me. Oh, I never felt this way. I never thought I'd see this day. I tried to keep you close to my heart. Heaven knows I've tried. I came to see you today. You had to go away. I couldn't hold back this pain, even though I tried. Today I cried.